that's posted, I can go into chat and type in a marker. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to say this. Let's rewatch Zapdos' video of the Fortress in Stone Sense. And now that we've done that, Longdeath continues. We will start off with an overview and tour of the fort. All right, so little house tour. Yeah, we'll do a little house tour. So first off, I gotta jump up to the surface. Looks very ominous in the video. It looks pretty ominous in game too. If we start up at the top, this is where the bees live. Go down the bee tower and you can see the upper wall. The top to the bottom with the two towers on either side. To go down in, you can see the beginnings of our soon-to-be fully covered little creek or a natural aquifer. Aquifer? Aqueduct. Why do I always say aquifer? Aqueduct. There's the actual creek itself, the upper walkways. Down here at the bottom is the, in case of emergency, use spike trap hallway. We have seeds and caged animal storage and more seeds and a little bit of farming up here. The trade caravan walkway, one of our temples. The Temple of Gems, specifically. More walkways that kind of go nowhere. The area for the waterfall, as well as the roofs of storage buildings. There's our pig pen and a bunch of bones that I will just set to be dumped before I forget. Another temple over here on the right to the god of the earth. Military training kind of in the middle. Our farming guild hall. Bedrooms around the outside. Up top here is the old royalty office, which is now no longer used, and our stewards use the little office over to the side. Up here is the old royal throne room, the crafts dwarfs hall, and the stoneworkers guild, hospital / medical guild, library, poultry livestock, trading depot, generic item storage, the rest of the other item storage. This is mostly like random shirts and shit. Crafting area down in the bottom here. Down here is bar storage and gem storage, as well as a little walkway over there. So right here is where Jellybutt's prison used to be. Right here. It's now been cut out and is kind of getting renovated into a proper entryway into the area with the tombs and the terracotta army of dwarves wielding and admiring spears. Coffins around the outside of all of the dead. History of the fortress and statues. Down beneath that is the cute little maze we have. The Ettins in it. The ballista range. With some unfinished ballistas that need to get finished. And down here is the emergency bunker in a case of emergency hide in here. Drainage creek. And coin storage. And that's your comprehensive tour. As far as plans for today, I kind of want to try and get up to year 109. We are currently in mid-spring of year 107. So that's kind of the plan for today, is just kind of letting time pass. You know, if you've been watching this fort for any period of time, you'll know that it's very much the celebration of the mundane. We do actually have enough dwarves in the fort right now to potentially get mega beasts. We have 51, which is enough to have giants, cyclopses, I think land titans and all that stuff show up. Maybe we'll have some fun. Outside of that, it's very much a... You missed the tour. I'm sorry. Outside of that, it's very much a... if you have questions about the fort or want to see something specific, let me know. As far as living dwarves in the fort, they're all named. We actually had some new children recently. Metzus Graven, Kibbs II, Chimp, Cappy, Axon II, Gimper II, Zapdos II, Gate Nerd, Lump, Mika Well, B-Lug, Cheers Jamie, Pole King, Hot Cup of Tea, Eric Shadowblade, Lord Floof, Brander Buddy, Cryo, Silly, Dragon Man, Wave Thrash, Pablo, Selawek, Goats III, Warm Shadow, Swoos, Vinsati, Ara, Mad Hijinks, Poklo Fury, Black Hole, Sweet Sparkle Farts, Picture Point, Pilot Guy, Sathatos, Spitalier, King, Narvicious, Padinsky II, Trumpet Dog II, Trash Battery, Sparkly 4K, Voozle Voozle, Slipple, Scrumpet, Aegis, Omnivore, Horny, Apostle II, Eternal, and Petra. We are mid-spring year 107. Next here. How's Brander Buddy doing? I don't know. How is Brander Buddy? Hope you've been well, Brander. Where was your name? I know I read it. She felt satisfied remembering producing a masterwork and was content after pondering futuring. When caught in the rain, you were uneasy, or rather annoyed when caught in the rain. You're 36 years old, born on the year 23rd of Moonstone in the year 71. You personally see sacrifice be one of the highest ideals, and you have a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world. You are disgusted by merrymakers and disgusted by romance, and you greatly respect those that observe decorum and maintain their dignity. Are there any grand new construction projects like the maze planned? So, for year 100, we made that, what's the word I'm looking for here? We made that ballista range, right? And shot a lot of ballistas at pigs. Well, I'm thinking about suspending another ballista range, like right here on this level, kind of in this open area, and do a little bit of a blood rain as part of a celebration of year 200. I hope that the work and lurk is a pleasant work and lurk. Lycon, thanks for working and lurking. Hanging out. Thanks for watching the streams. For those of you that are maybe just tuning in, something I would like to shout out real quick is my stream team are selling these sweaters for charity. 100% of profits goes directly to charity water. It's roughly $10 to $15, depending on whether or not it's a sweater or a t-shirt. Donated directly to charity water. And got kind of a fun play on my stream team's logo branding, but in a very holiday festive theme. So I'm going to be shouting those out periodically over the next few streams until everybody's well aware of what we're doing. You can be like my mom and order one. We do have some depressed dwarves in the fort. Gimper's a little stressed out, but I think that a couple months training his wrestling, which is his favorite hobby, is very much going to smarten him up. She's been very upset about ashamed wearing old clothing, but we kind of had some delays in the clothing lines and clothing setup, and we're getting caught up again. We've been able to get clothing industry up and running again, so everybody should have new clothing at this point, because one of the last things I did during the last stream was get 50 of everything made, and we only have 51 dwarves, so, you know, this dwarf may have had old clothing for a little bit, but now they're wearing like exclusively either superior or masterwork quality stuff, which is good. Today is my 1,700th stream. Yeah. My 1,700th stream. Although it's probably actually higher than that because I've certainly done certain streams that didn't count. Like I've done podcasts on other people's channels and other things like that. But yes, it's not a daily stream by any stretch, but it's a couple of streams. Yeah, it's more streams than most people will do. Must be some sort of professional. You know, it's... I had somebody comment on one of my Reddit threads about this fortress quatch. Who was like, keeping a fort alive for 1,000 years, that sounds like a full-time job. How do you have time for that? And I'm like, well... I don't know. It's almost like that is my full-time job. I really hope that the socialization gets more text at some point. Like, funny you should mention full-time job. Didn't see me say hi? Well, hello again, Psychon. Regardless of if you saw me say hi, or rather if you saw Cutest Ghost say hi, you I also missed the first bit where you were talking to Cutest. Miss half of chat anyway. I also miss half of words all the time. So I'm gonna start working on a big old suspended structure up, not here, kind of down here. We're just going to kind of start building upwards in this direction. Which means we're going to... I mean, I could just do it all out of diorite, but I'm probably going to need more nice blocks. Because I've been doing most of this stuff out of nice. I don't think I currently have many, if any, nice blocks. I do have 45 granite, which is the right color, but... So, rock, block... Which nice do I have? 478? Okay. That's 3, not 300. And there we go. We'll get those working. Neil, thanks for the host, by the way. I didn't see that pop up 20. I feel bad for missing that. But yeah, plan is to work on Longdeath most of today. And then today's going to be a little bit shorter because I'm still kind of physically recovering from that all-night Worms stream I did on Team 17's channel. It was a sponsored thing. It was good fun. Lots of laughs were had. And some of the most fun I've had streaming in a long time. It was good. The coincidence is now I own almost every single Worms game. So maybe there will be some more Worms in the future as part of team-related streams, because I think that would be fun. Worms is a blast. Who doesn't love Worms? Like, let's be honest. I think everybody to an extent likes Worms. And as far as the maze goes, I kind of want the maze to kind of snake up and around the fort. So eventually it is going to kind of start going upwards. Like, we've kind of covered all the way down to here, but we got a long ways to go with this. Like, it's going to continue going. And going. And going. I might as well also get more maze stuff digging. I wanted to cover this whole Z level first. Everything on layer 13 is going to be maze. Maybe even make more doors into the maze. Gotta hide more treasure in the maze, too. That's something I also kind of want to do. Put a few artifacts in, like, little large rooms at far ends of the maze, you know? Corpses of weird creatures that we find and other such interesting things. So since I kind of took yesterday off, chat, what'd you guys do yesterday? You have a solid Tuesday, as it is now Wednesday. I keep having to like remind myself of the day of the week because I kind of like spaced out on what day it was yesterday and like didn't realize what day it was until after I kind of phased back into existence around 9 p.m. I was like, oh, right. It's Tuesday, which means tomorrow's Wednesday and I have to stream. For some reason, I felt like it was Thursday all day yesterday. I'm like, yeah, no, I have tomorrow off. And then it's like, nope. Right. Okay. You got some flying practice? That's good. For whatever reason, I read that as frying practice initially. I was like, deep frying practice? But then I reread it and realized what you said. Next week, I will be taking a few days off. Because next week is the Hot Potato Charity Marathon. More charity stuff, I know. Which is Sui's event, one of my stream team members. It's a RimWorld event, so I will actually be streaming RimWorld at some point soon. Which is a little funny to think about, isn't it? But it'll be a 4-hour leg of a charity marathon. And it'll be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. And last year, as a squad, as a team, the whole crew raised about $20,000 for charity. So that's going to be exciting. If you think yesterday was the day that you slept well, at least you slept well at some point. So regardless of how well my stream does on that, it's going to be exciting, especially considering we have some very large named streamers taking part. Like Burke Black is going to be taking part. Italix is going to be taking part, who's, I know, a favorite of many people who watch me. So it's going to be exciting kind of regardless, just because of kind of all of the, at least as far as Twitch is concerned, big deal names that are joining in and participating this year. Like last year for the Hot Potato Charity was very much kind of proving like what a bunch of kind of smaller community streamers can do with a little bit of dedication and effort thrown together to raising money for a good cause. And, you know, right now, I guess we kind of technically have the two charity things going on, which is a little bit of overlap. You know, there's the charity water thing that I spent the last few weeks kind of organizing and putting together with the help of Fog. And, you know, you can go buy those sweaters if you want to support that. But aside from that, it's just the Hot Potato Charity stuff is a little bit larger scale than my little pet project. But I guess kind of at the end of the day, it's just that it's kind of that time of year. Kind of time of year where I just want to do something nice, especially like 2020 has just been a rough year for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. Be that, you know, just pandemic, losing family, or because of the pandemic, or not being able to see family, isolation, not being able to see friends. Been a crappy year for many reasons, so I kind of wanted to do something nice this year. Just kind of been on like a babble rant for the last 10 minutes, but yeah, we're just kind of expanding the maze right now. We're working on that upper walkway, getting more nice blocks made. And goal for this fortress today is to, you know, keep all the dwarves happy. We aren't really wanting for anything. Keep up trading. I want to recover Gimper's mood because that dwarf has been a little bit moody. It's gonna be interesting to see if we have any dwarves pass away, because we have a good number of dwarves that are well within the range of could drop dead at any second, or any time the calendar rolls around to a new year. So it's very much a matter of time until we start losing dwarves in that way. We've already lost a few, and we're gonna lose more. So Maze is just gonna continue getting expanded upon, and such. So it'll be fun. Also kind of nice getting all of these handy dandy little gems out of all this stuff. And we're working on these little walkways too. There they go. Because we're going to start building a large platform up here. Which I need to be careful. I need to be careful doesn't start cave adapting my dwarves. Which is going to be kind of a long-term project for year 200, 100, 205 specifically. We have 100 years to work on it, so probably actually not going to put too much into this right now because I really need the dwarves to just go work on those blocks. And we got 400 queued up. That's a lot of blocks that need to get done. Going to take us a while to kind of work through. So who here got the opportunity to catch that late night worm stream I did all night? Because I know me and Jess are working on kind of taking some of that footage and highlighting it. Makes you hungry for fruit. Puts you in a fruity mood. Makes me think of Pac-Man. That's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of cherries. Pac-Man. You were asleep at the time? You were asleep at night? My time? Yeah, well, so anyway, if you guys missed it, which I'm assuming those, there will be a, hopefully sometime in the next 2 weeks or so, highlight reels going up on the YouTube channel with a collection of choice moments from it. It went very well. We had like 200 people plus watching most of the time, as Team 17 brought a lot of people from their Discord, and it was a good deal of fun. We had a good time. He was very interested in studying the inside of your eyelids. You know, sometimes you just gotta not lie about that. Sleep is good. Trust me, I'm not judging you at all for choosing sleep over watching a sponsored stream that I did. I was just kind of curious. I know that some people did. I know Cutest was here, and Cutest, I think, was there like most of the entire time. I rewatched an old classic movie last night with a friend, which is Hawkeye. It's one of those movies where the whole thing is just on Netflix. It's very much like a C- movie in quality, but that's part of the it's very much part of the appeal. It's like the script writing is like bad, the dialogue is bad, the acting is bad, the story is bad, and everything is like so terrible you can't help but like not crack up laughing. It's a movie from 1988, and it's a good deal of fun, and it's one of those movies where whenever I kind of get the opportunity to show that movie to someone who hasn't seen it, I like to show it.
And knocking some mad bits off the leaderboard.
'Tis the season to haha ball, haha sweat. Haha ball, haha sweat. I forgot about that, man. You got to bring that shit back. 'Tis the season to be bally. I wonder if they're gonna do Christmas emotes again this year. Actually, they're not gonna be as good as the haha ball, haha sweat though. Like they're not gonna top that. Like, let's be real here for a second. They are not going to top that. There's no way in hell. Tis the season to be ballsy. Ha 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 ha. The humans have arrived to trade. It is that time of year. Welcome back, Warm Shadow. Your dwarf is still in prison and insane. Apologies. I'm going to trade the humans everything that's just sitting here. Just being very careful not to put socks. This is kind of how I'm doing trading now based on distance from Trading Depot. It's just a lot easier to do it this way. So we're not allowed to sell socks generally. Actually, I might also not be able to sell. An anvil up there. I just figured I'd give you an update, you know. At least, you know, your dwarf doesn't have much of a future, but at least they have consistency. The haha dick emote would just be like Dick Van Dyke's face. I kind of want a Dick Van Dyke emote now. Oh, there's probably a Dick Van Dyke emote up on FFZ somewhere. The royal treasure has arrived from Passer Ol, as well as the human caravan from Passer Ol. Tis the season for the tradings. You know, I think I'm going to do something. I'm going to go up to this menu. I'm going to go to the human hamlet of Thunder Desert. Now, Thundered Desert. Now, before I do this, don't worry, Stone. I'm not going to make them bring us ongoing tribute. But I am going to demand one-time tribute. I'm going to send the Eternal Guard. Just one tribute. Just one. I want more people to trade with. So we are sending out the squad to go demand tribute from Thundered Desert. Novi, hello. You'll still file it? You'll add it to the list, yeah. Of course. I would expect nothing less. Also, the mayor is traveling, which means we, I wonder if the mayor is traveling and you export something that's a banned export, does it still count as a banned export? Because my mayor is in the military, and my mayor is one of the squads that's heading to go make demands of Thunder Desert. Do you want to risk Dwarf's Skull? Not really. That's something I would test in another fort to see what would happen. Let's bring a bunch of floodgates. Because I got a bunch of floodgates that I need to trade. But I'm also going to request Eric Shadowblade, the most recent broker. I keep firing them. Come and trade. Who's currently conducting a meeting with somebody. You'd offer yourself up as tribute. I respect that, you know? Oh, interesting. The broker will meet with the royal treasurer if the mayor isn't available. I didn't know that. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? Not that. The other W. Wood. Also, I don't know why, but because you said, do you wanna? Worm Shadow, my brain just went to, do you wanna risk a dwarf skull? Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your craft worship. And we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid farewell to you and your stout dwarf. Oh no. I mean, yeah. Oh no, indeed. Cutis is like, oh yes. Do you want to smash a dwarf skull? Do you want to eat a drawbridge in the face? No one to blame but yourself. All right, let's see what they brought. Bum 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 bum. Haha, sweat. Let's see. They brought alpacas, a drake, quacker, a billy goats, raven, a doe rabbit, a goose. Nothing super interesting. I think I will trade this all for a willow barrel. Then we will trade with the other crew and just get rid of everything that's in my inventory here. Trade for a single brass bar. And let's see what else they have. I think these are the guys that bring the wood. Yep. Are the guys that bring the wood. So do you think that the demanding tribute is going to be successful, chat? We haven't failed yet. So I have high hopes. And then everything else we'll just give to them as gifts. And he says, I will see to it our leader gets this offering. They seem to be ecstatic with the trading. They've got a few more floodgates to bring over, which they're working on. Yeah, I'm trying to think of stuff that I want to start doing for this fortress because, like, I think probably closer to year 400, we're going to aim for the first cavern layer. Like, I do kind of want to work in that direction and have a cavern layer open, but it's just something that I'm not going to go out of my way to hit. I'm just kind of working downwards slowly. I'm just trying to think, how do we actually want to dig down? Like, I might dig out another large open area underground, and I know that we... well, have currently no statues to place, but will I be here in 3 hours? Well, it's 11, so 31, 32, 30. Yeah, I'll probably still be here in 3 hours. I won't be here too much longer than that. I mean, I've been streaming for 2 hours and 24 minutes. We've been doing about 40 minutes of Dwarves. Probably going to be doing about 4 or 5 hours of Dwarves today, and then I'll just be calling it. I normally stream for like 8 to 10 hours a day, but I'm very tired because I did an all-night sponsored event with Team 17 the other day, specifically for Worms, because it's Worms' 25th anniversary, or was their 25th anniversary yesterday. So I did a all-night stream on their channel. So my sleep schedule's a little broken right now, and I need to kind of recover it a bit. But Yeah, so today's going to be a little bit shorter than they usually are. But after that, things should go back to normal. But yeah, I should probably still be here. I'll still be here. That was way too long an explanation. Been like, yes, I will be here in 3 hours. I slept for about 4 hours last night and kind of woke up at noon yesterday. So like, it's going to take me probably until Saturday to be worked out again. But especially when you combine the fact that I also often stream late at night. Ansel's construct blocks. Needs nice. We have plenty of nice. What do you want about? The Eternal Guard have returned. Whew. Mission report. Demand tribute from Thundered Desert. Set out summer year 107. Spoils report of the Awe-inspiring vaults. They charged all the way across the land. In the early summer of the year 107 of the eternal adventure of time demanded and received treasure from the scholarly band in Thundered Desert. Do we even have enough words to read? I might make that a one-time stream thing because... no, it looks like we actually have enough words to read. All right. I have to read this real quick. Why can't Q type words without making quality sandwiches? Bob's Bob haircut was nice. What the tiny dick is oddly stupid, but never numb. Canals are fine when not in lava land. There we go. I might extend that to like 3 or 4 hours. A little bit more time in between. But anyway, so we were successful. We demanded and received treasure. Let's check this first. Not at war. Trying to see, where are they? Are we now aware of a cobalt civilization that I wasn't before? Council of Men, Realms of Stone, Group of Soaring, Alchemy. Is that cobalt civ there before? I feel like that cobalt civ wasn't there before. Radifaldus. What is that? So in the Discord, there's a room called Discord Word Stories. Go in there and add one word at a time. !Discord to join my Discord. And you add words. I will read them whenever people use that 1,000 channel point redemption. So spoils report from the awe-inspiring vaults. 1 hazelwood splint, 1 copper helm, 1 sheepwool yarn, an ashen splint, an oaken gust, 1 rope reed rope, 1 sand pear wood barrel, 25 blackberry wine, 2 rope reed socks, and 1 parchment sheet. I haven't tried. I do have contact with them. Like these guys, the Healing Rim, we're at peace with them. So I'm a little bit scared to go demand. Like I'm pretty confident about demanding spoils from civs that exist that don't know that I exist. Yeah, okay, so this is interesting. So the ones that offer me tribute, I have contact with them and they know about me. So Crumble Breach is the rumored artifact there. And so they know about me. This one that I just demanded tribute from one time, not ongoing, still has no contact with me. That's interesting. So the one-time tribute is literally just like basically going up and taking their good silver, I guess. Which is kind of interesting. Try and keep them funny and As long as they're grammatically correct, I don't really care. Worm Shadow. It's more just to try and keep them grammatically correct. For me. That's my main request, is just keep them grammatically correct. Let's send all the armor stands over. I got a lot of armor stands that I need to get rid of. I had my masons making furniture for a bit. Also, guys, thanks for all the ad bits today and the gift subs and everything. You guys have been too kind. Cheers. I think we overflowed that gift sub leaderboard today. Yep, they are indeed a hooligan group. Let's trade with them a little bit more. By that, I mean give them all the stuff that I'm giving them. They're still bringing items to trade depots. We got lots of stuff that need to go. All those armor stands they're bringing. So many of them. The game is telling me that I need nice. I certainly have tons of nice, so I don't know what exactly it means by that, but... I prefer the term amazed, which I don't think is a word, but... You know, or frightened. When I'm trying to describe a game like that, it's like, it's kind of scary, but I like it. You know what I mean? I mean, Cud's pretty dirty, so... we can work with this. Can cook. Also, I didn't say properly hello to you. How are you? You stressing. You stressing. I think that you've been beguiled by the beauty of Cud. Oh, shit! We just got a new mayor. Goats is no longer the mayor. When did that happen? Well, congratulations to Slippery Nipple, aka Slipple, the new mayor. Can I get a round of beers for our new godly leader? Well, maybe not godly leader, but like wondrous boss, I guess. The hell happened to goats? I guess they just went to go demand tribute, and dwarves are just like, yeah, goats, you're out. Sorry. Yeah, there you are. Back to being a herbalist. Doesn't seem to care, though. Although it does want to fight. Means you should probably get the Eternal Guard training again.
Many people ask me, Nikita, will we the plane?
Are you excited, Ryan? My mayor just got voted out of office. It's very rare that, like, another mayor takes over. There you are. Let's find out a little... Well, okay, so first off, Slipple wants breastplates. So let's, Slipple likes breastplates, so we'll be making lots of breastplates, I think. Let's find out a little bit about Slipple, our newest mayor, who's killed 1 Kia and 3 buzzards, which means our new mayor is basically a war hero. Like, such wondrous glory fought on the battlefield. It's... we can't even comprehend the amount of stress and carnage caused by such incredible feats of dwarven trials by combat. Owns 192 objects. Max is their lover. Their deity is Ashen. It's kindred spirits with Hobo. And close friends with Screw and Squug. No children. Cheers, Jamie's a good friend. She is annoyed at the lack of dining tables. Which socks are getting mandated? Breastplates are what's getting mandated, which means I think I can sell socks now. Seems kind of bored and annoyed and lonely. Especially on the friends front. Personally, would just as soon have nature and the great outdoors burned. Outdoors burned to ashes and converted into a grand mining pit. And finds sacrifice to be of the highest ideals. And is affronted by the whole notion of maintaining decorum and finds so-called dignified people utterly disgusting. Gross. Believes that peace is preferable to war in general, and sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, finds blind honesty foolish, doesn't really value merrymaking, and doesn't see cooperation as valuable, but dreams of mastering a skill, and this dream was once realized. Likes breastplate, billin, cunt honey badger tooth, color lavender, suns, maces, breastplates, and weapon racks. Chains and boogeymen for their terror-inspiring antics. Stuff. Which means I guess I could give Dobby a sock. Maybe I can sell them some real quick before they all leave. Got interrupted by a great horned owl. That sucks. I don't know what's up with the job cancellations on that, but I'm just going to shut those off. Getting rid of all of them sucks. Look at that. Yeah, like iron breastplates and maces. We can do this. Yeah. Can totally do that. But Ryan, do you know what record you're going to spin first? When you get your player? Also, for anybody who's just tuning in or if you missed it earlier, as I said, I'm going to be shouting this out a lot today. My stream team, Halcyon Frequency, on teespring.com/stores/Halcyon-frequency are selling a selection of Christmas sweaters and t-shirts. 100% of the proceeds go to Charity Water. So it's a for charity event that we're running. Mostly because I just really wanted to sell Christmas sweaters. But Fog did all the design work, and I think they turned out very nicely. This is what they look like. I'll just show them all. Prices are in Canadian on my screen because, well, I'm Canadian. That's them. The Globe ones are available more readily internationally. The all-over print ones are fulfilled from the U.S., so for certain countries may have to pay import fees. Unfortunately, they can't do global all-over ones, so we kind of did this global design to kind of make up the middle of that. We got classic tee on the Globe design and a woman's tee, as well as the big comfy sweater, and then those two. We did the all-over t-shirt by request of a certain stoned hobo because he lives somewhere that is, well, not exactly sweater-friendly. called Florida. So if you want to not directly support me, but like show support to my stream team as well as support some good causes, that's a way to do that. Oh, specifically charity water. A good cause. Like cold now. I'm gonna go put on a sweater. I will be right back. 2 seconds. Sweatered up. All the dwarves are kind of putting stuff away. How's that chunk of the maze coming? Man, there's a whole bunch that they just haven't done. Although, Petra's working on it. This is like the most mentally sound dwarf in the fort. She just mines all day and is just very happy about it. Would like to practice some martial art at some point. Might put you in one of the wrestling squads. Most of the dwarves are putting things away. We got a bunch of dwarves doing combat drills, which is good. I'm really curious to see if that other human faction comes and trades with us now. It'd be nice to know that if you can get people to come trade by demanding tribute without having ongoing tribute. Like, don't get me wrong, ongoing tribute's kind of nice, but it's also kind of like a pile of garbage that just slowly grows. Also need some water. Been drinking a lot of coffee. See if the mayor is happy. Export of maces is prohibited. All right. Well, now we know kind of what our next little bit with this mayor is going to be. No mace exports, probably no breastplate exports, and mandates for breastplates. Most likely mace is upcoming. I need to sneeze. Or at least I have like that feeling in the back of my nose that I need to sneeze, but I haven't sneezed yet. Oh no, not maces. How will we survive without mace training? Yeah, that's going to completely curb all of our profits, right? Also, stupid. I don't know if you're in chat right now, but the point of the food porn room on Discord is to share pictures of food that you've made. And I'm just like seeing you post all of these YouTube videos. I'm kind of fine with you posting YouTube videos, but like post stuff that you've made. But that's the kind of the point of it, right? That room was kind of created as a way of sharing pictures of food that you've cooked, and it was originally made for my mod who's a chef to share pictures of the barbecue stuff that he does. So like you can post the occasional video, but like try and keep that room more focused on pictures of stuff that you've made, not just links to random YouTube videos of dudes cooking. Because it kind of just defeats the purpose of the room. Like, I originally made that room to encourage other people to cook, not to just post that shit. On hobby drama. I don't know what that is, but okay. Also, please don't spam my stream in places. That would be cool. It's a big investment. Good luck, pilot guy. But yeah, no, I'm totally fine with the occasional video in there. Just try not to, like, flood the room with that, because at some point it just kind of becomes a feed for that YouTube channel, which is kind of pointless. If I wanted to go watch that YouTube channel, I'd go watch that YouTube channel. I want to see pictures of things that people are making, because that's kind of the fun of it. Feel satisfied on learning about biting. I'm sure this dwarf will sort their brain out soon. Be nice. Could win, pilot. I think you got something good, dude. You got something good. Victory, indeed. +5 belly. +5 biter, +5 gilder. That's always an interesting thing when you have, like, zombies or dead dwarves. It's like, he is gilded. It's like, You know, I've had very few fuck it bets win on that. I feel like whenever I all in or go in with large amounts, I always lose. No one reads them. If I used to do that sort of stuff for new rooms, and no one reads them, so it doesn't matter. I just kind of like adjust it occasionally or comment on things. Like if people start to kind of run on in the wrong direction, like, because I don't really like having rules for things. I like rules to be pretty loose. If people start going in a direction with a room that I'm not a fan of, I'll just be like, "Oi, can we fix this, please? Can we just stop that?" Autumn has come. Is it that time of year already? Christ. Time is flying today. Not used to that saying Prime Gaming yet.
That's a lot of months.
It is. Thank you for the 15 of them, in fact. Here's Crow. Good to have you back. Thanks for continuing to watch the streams. We have human merchants have arrived with their tribute. Yeah, like I said, nobody would read them. Work has been crazy. Is it busy season? I know this season can definitely be busy season for a lot of people. And combine that with like kind of getting nothing done for a few seasons. Like I had somebody tell me that like they've been complete what? Come on. that they've been completely strapped for cash, and the reason they've been completely strapped, or not for cash, for they've been strapped for hours at work, and they've just been working ridiculous amounts of time because their employment is strapped for cash, because previously they were not doing anything because of the pandemic, right? So they took a really long period of time off without the off of the pandemic, and then once like regulations lifted or got more loose, now they're just like getting slammed with work. The Council of Men tribute for Autumn 107. Jesus. I can't scroll yet, but just blocks, hemp rope, willow earring, hemp bags, 5 grapes, 1 gander, earthenware ewa neck, asparagus seeds, lummable bag, 1 training spear, 1 willow barrel, a bronze pick, 5 prepared cougar spleen, Harley Quinn opals, 5 cheese, sheep cheese, 1 crystal glass agua plectrum, 1 sheeple rope, 5 ginkgo wood training axe, asparagus. No, asparagus is plural of asparagus. Also, we are growing asparagus already. Geese is plural of goose. Although I like this. 1 forgotten beast silk agua strings. I'm gonna hurt you, trumpet dog. That shit annoys me. I don't know why, but I the whole it for me it always started with the moose and moose and bullshit. It's like that's not how English works. But whatever. You have your fun. Have they brought their tribute? They're here. I think they're just walking slowly. Or they keep getting startled by wait, no, there they are. Yeah, they're just walking slowly. They took the long way around. They both spawned on the same side, but for some reason they walked all the way around the outside of the wall. Maybe they just they wanted to take a tour. You know, the walls are impressive. They probably just wanted a nice view, you know? Who doesn't want to take a long gander around the outside of our glorious walls to gaze upon the glory that is Fortress Longdeath? They have a surprise for us? Well, they're carrying a barrel. That could be any number of things. That's for sure. A large gem? Morian? At least I think that's a gem. Yeah, it's a gem. But, like, I kind of want to double check, make sure that that's... Yeah, 1 large oval Orion cabochon. Like a type of quartz gem. I'm curious as to what a Morion looks like. Right, yeah, it's like a black, it's a dark quartz gem. Smoky quartz. Basically. These guys. Kind of a cool black color. I like it. Well, hello there, Mind. You. Hey, man, you need them to bring the small one. If they brought as much as the last group, you'd be typing for way too long. But how is Mind today? Today's a sleepy day for me. I did a all-night charity stream for Team 17 and Worms. Or not charity. Sponsored stream for Team 17 and was streaming from 1 in the morning until 5 in the morning. I didn't go to bed until 8 in the morning. So I'm like, the minerals for Julie? Oh, really? The Dwarf Fortress player who made Fortress Arch Crystal, Sathados, is a gem cutter, and got him to be got him in this fortress and made his dwarf into a gem cutter, and he made a perfect sard, which is kind of cool. Very flattered, honestly. Narvicious, hello. How are you? And that's good to hear, Mind. So yeah, I'm a little bit on the sleepy side today, but it's good sleepy. It's been a good week. Let's just go sock. Bring them all. All of them. I've found rubies. I've never found star sapphires. I've never found diamonds. I've found regular sapphires, but they aren't that rare. Like, they're rare, but they're not that rare. Yeah, I think rubies are probably the rarest ones that I've found. My name is Asteth. I'm the liaison from the mountain home. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? As per usual, the yearly request of various types of wood, so that we don't upset the local elven population, but you do. But they don't care if you do, so it's fine. Well then, we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And let's discuss what we're willing to offer you for your Craftsdorf ship. Farewell, Slipple. I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes will, of course, rise and fall together. And Axon the Second has grown to be a peasant. What can we make you do with your life? She feels enjoyment upon playing make-believe. She was born in the year 95 and is 12 years old as of the 17th of limestone. All right. What can we get you to do? She is impervious to the effects of stress. Fucking yes. Often finds herself changing her mind to agree with somebody else. She is bashful and she is very ambitious, always looking for a way to better her situation. She is often nervous and could be considered rude, sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and tries to do things correctly each time. Occasionally overindulges and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in the days of living. She is She is conflicted by this since she values harmony and as an intellectual concept. She generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and her hands are animated when she's surprised. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. You saw someone with clear diamonds on stream that, like, didn't dupe them and didn't cheat them into existence? That's cool. Did they freak out when they found them? Like in Dwarf Fortress or in real life? Real life, you buy fly traps. I don't know how you... Oh, in Dwarf Fortress, you need to... It means there's probably, like, dead vermin around, I would assume. You probably need to clean up the vermin. That's funny. I think I would have like a mild conniption fit if I found diamonds. I'd freak the fuck out and put them all on pedestals and shit. Ah, I understand. Fair enough. Yeah, I had somebody who was in chat a couple weeks ago, Quatch, who was basically like, yeah, I just started playing Dwarf Fortress. Yeah, it was really interesting. I started my first fort and was reading the wiki and doing pretty well, and then a dragon showed up and killed us all. I'm like, you saw a dragon in your first fortress? Holy shit! Like, that kind of stuff. I'm like, congrats, you'll never see one again. Our government agency is spamming you with adverts? Cool. This dwarf likes calcite, brass tube, ogate, pine wood, and giant rat leather. Amber quivers, rings, and buckets, in the words of the amethyst walls, and the sound of the satin of rhyming, and the sight of the rhythm of ghost gloss. When possible, prefers to consume koala, perry, and barley seeds, and hates snails. All right. Well, I'm going to give this dwarf all of the hauling, all of the other jobs. We're going to give you wood crafting, give you leather working. I'm going to give you hunting and butchery and tanning. I think that's what we'll do with you for right now. Yeah, we can do that. Oh, also, recovering wounded. Worlds make it to year 1000 with 2,500 dragons. Wait, what? I've never seen that many dragons in a world. I don't know, maybe we need to do like a dragon hunting fort at some point where we try and just specifically generate a world with a lot of dragons in it. Like just crank up the dragon population. Might be a fun future project. Maybe like a summer fort. Summer of heat and scales. Could be fun. You can see how many beasts you can get into a world, and I've come up with a semi-normal numbers of normal races. Are you using like custom world gen settings? Hey, Gate Nerd, how we doing? Since they have power over benefits and thus your life, yeah. Well, I mean, that's probably why they're advertising to you. Because, like, you're on that list. See if you can stop them from winning outright. I mean, maybe for like a special event world or something, I'll get you to generate me something, Quatch. Because that could be fun. Having a something a little bit different to mess around with. Be fun to have just like a world with a buttload of dragons in it. Kind of a confusing email, which I think is just an ad. But hitting on max with all the nasty stuff does not immediately doom a world. That's good. Probably even gen to year 100. Gotcha. Not a whole lot, Thugless. Was tired. Had a long couple of... Oh, I don't actually... Did I trade with them? I don't think I did. I'm a little loopy today. A little sleepy. You know, it's kind of hanging in there. Yeah, I just got an email from the people that I pay to do my taxes that sent me an email saying, you may have forgotten to file an old tax return, but I don't actually think that's true. Like I said, I think it's just an ad. But like, making me question now. It's like, did I? I think I did. I don't believe I've failed to file any tax returns considering I haven't gotten a return on my taxes in like fucking 6 years. All right, what did they bring me? They brought me a bunch of random wood, which is good. I'm glad to hear that you're here for them, Dwarves. I never did hear back from that that band that you sent me links and stuff to. Just a heads up. Crystal glass Soshin. I'll buy that just because it's crystal glass. It's good when I don't need to cut it down, that's for sure. Alpaca, yak bull, donkey, duck, dog, horse. What other animals did you bring in? Yak. Bunch of beer barrels. Oh, I very much envy... I very much envy Sweden and your taxes. Even if I did forget to file a tax return, it's not like I'll get fined. It just means the government owes me money and they'll pay me eventually. But like maybe I forgot to file one in like 2013 or something. I don't know. But I can do my taxes. Like for me, my taxes are about as easy as spending about 30 minutes doing paperwork and then just dropping it off at the tax office and paying them to do it for me. If I actually did it manually, it would be a little bit harder, but because I have an accountant who does it for me, it's not a problem. It's just every now and again, stuff like that happens where I'll just like get an email and I'll just be like, huh? I thought I did what? So I don't know. And then they tell me how much I owe and then I just pay it and don't worry about it. And it's never been a problem. So if it was important, they'd phone me. Because the one time something did get screwed up, they phoned me and were just like, hey, we need this and this information from you because you didn't give us this. I was like, oh, okay, whoops. And I just sent it to them. So if it's actually important, I think they'll probably just phone me. So I'm not too worried. But still strange to receive that in email form because I don't believe I've gotten an email worded like that before. There's this big old reminder in the title. And I'm like, is this just like a marketing reminder to file my taxes again this year? Or is this you like being weird? I don't know. Yeah. I mean, we can do, like, I could do it online. It's just not automated. I have to manually input all my income and everything. Basically, all I really need to do is write down all my expenses for the year, write down all my income, which is just kind of annoying because I have like a dozen sources of income, provide proof of income, which is basically just like print out my PayPal totals for the year. It's like 2 things I need to print out, and then just put it in an envelope and give it to my tax lady. Like it's not like, I think people, I know taxes in the States is a lot harder. I think people kind of overblow how annoying and difficult it is to do taxes in Canada. I don't think it's a big deal at all. Like for me, it's fine. But I certainly do see some people very much going on about it being like the end of the fucking planet, which it really isn't. Like people love to complain, I think, and go on about how hard things are or tricky things are, and it takes me about 30 minutes to do my taxes, and that's just because I'm slow at it, and I have weird taxes. It's not bad. I can mail mine in and just get it done. Like, of course, it's not as easy as Finland, where it's literally just, did you make money this year? Yes. What's your, like, government number so that we can check? This. Done. But Pablo withdraws from society. This dwarf's been here for a while. How old are you? 88 years old, born in year 19. Whoa, that's the wrong button. Strange mood for Pablo. Yes, people do complain about everything. The world would be a much better place if nobody complained about anything. This is true. Right now, Blind is complaining about people complaining about taxes. It's actually a very meta complaint. I'm complaining about the fact that people are going to start complaining about taxes in a couple of months in North America. And I'm just going to sit here and roll my eyes and go, it's not that bad, guys. And right now, Cooler is commenting on me complaining about people complaining about taxes. How are you today, Cooler, by the way? I hope things are good. We have to complain about complaining about taxes. You know, if this hole goes any deeper, I don't know if we'll ever get out of complaining about people complaining about the fact that we're complaining about taxes. So maybe we should just like refrain from complaining about the fact that I'm complaining about people complaining about doing their taxes. One does not simply complain about taxes. One complains about taxes. My brain? As if I had a brain. You can join me too in the brainless numbs. This is getting way too meta. I mean, how else am I going to improve the meta of complaining? As somebody who has, who about a third of his family is German, this is accurate information. And also during a pandemic, and that sounds like a real bad idea, so I'll stay in Canada. Thanks. I have no real interest in going to Germany. Iron bars, fungi wood logs, rough spinel opals, pig leather, 2 pieces of pigtail cloth, cave spider silk, and nice. All done at a mason's workshop. Please make me a door. Please, dwarf, I beg you. Please make me a door. That sounds excellent. Seems like Fortress is working at optimal capacity. Douglas? The Art of Complaining? It's just like a transcript of one of my streams. Hold on. I'm just going to do a thing. I'm going to go to a search engine and type in Art of Complaining. See what pops up. The Art of Complaining on Psychology Today. How to use your words to get what you want and need from others. Boy. By Amy Cooper Hakrim, PhD. Working with difficult people. It's not a book. No, it's a rather comprehensive article. Really. Well, not that long, actually. It looked longer initially, and then I kept scrolling. Hold on. Art of Complaining book. The Art of Complaining, Canada's Consumer Action Guide. This is a terribly designed cover. Lemonade Self-Help. I hate whoever came up with that brand. There you go. There's a book. Also, shit, you made me a door. Pablo, the militia captain, has created Anur Zatam, a nice door. I want to complain about the fact that that book exists, yes. Is that a possible dwarven group name? I think it is, Spitalier, yeah? I think we just discovered a book about taxes. Anyway, and claims this is an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Aqua Chaos branded. It's worth 50,040. This is a nice door. All craftsdwarfship is of the highest of quality. It is encrusted with round, brilliant cut purple spindles and decorated with fungi wood, and encircled with bands of rectangular nice cabochons and giant cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of pigtail. On the item is an image of Esmwild cloistered in pigtail. On the item is an image of Nomal group channeled, the dwarf and dwarves in pigtail. It relates to the ascension of Nomal group channel to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of the year 101. On the item is an image of rectangular cabochons in iron. All right, now that we have an artifact door. Do. But yeah, that is very funny that exists.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. Hobo, hello. How is you? We just got an artifact door and I'm very happy. Chillin', how y'all's? I'm pretty good. Launched, well, actually, I haven't posted this in chat yet. Launched that last night, which I'm pretty happy about. So you can now buy sweaters from my stream team for charity. I haven't slept much because my sleep schedule is whack since the worms thing. Aside from that, just, you know, chilling like a villain. Not very hard. Yeah, I mean, like we were saying earlier, I think people kind of just like complaining. Hence the topic of the whole discussion, right? You know, people just enjoy the sounds of their voice and complaining. Yeah, we do have t-shirts not designed by you. We got Fog to do some designs. Fog kind of does all the team stuff. So I like complaining if there's a reason to complain. I don't like complaining for the sake of complaining, though. Not just t-shirts, though. We also have sweaters. Hashtag Greg Grants. I like complaining. Just complaining for the sake of complaining gets annoying. This has been a Greg Grant brought to you by Greg Grants. I hope that you don't feel like I'm cheating on your work, though. Cool there. You don't text her enough? You should text her so much that she complains that you text her too much. Like, you should just throw it completely in the other direction. Like, text her literally every 10 minutes about menial things. Like, I'm eating a sandwich. My coffee tastes good. I saw a duck. Be like Facebook posts from back when Facebook was cool. Actually, no, Facebook was never cool, so that's kind of false, but... I don't know how long you've been here, but we just got a artifact door, so I'm digging down a little ways. Not necessarily intentionally looking for caverns, but... I saw a duck on a record. I ate a cupcake. It was good. Have you ever, like... thought about trees? It's like text or shower thoughts all the time. Actually, that would be really funny. Just like get yourself a little bot that just goes to shower thoughts on Reddit every day and just like copies a bunch of or whatever the most recent shower thoughts post is and just texts her shower thoughts. So she just gets like kind of random, no topic, single texts. I had a piece of toast with butter. It was good. Or just like follow Drill and send those tweets. Actually, maybe don't. That would make you single. Twitch.tv/blindIRL. Sometimes life advice, sometimes horrible advice. Don't ever take any of it. I actually really enjoyed Facebook at one point in time. In like, from about like 2008 until about 2012. I kind of genuinely enjoyed it. Then it just started becoming a chore. And then I deleted it. Now it's gone and I'm happy. Can you imagine if that worked? I mean, sometimes you gotta go full dumb. Why does very nice blind get censored? What? Oh, you mean like in the captions? Good question. I know that, like, sometimes cuss words will get censored. Like, sometimes I'll say fuck and I'll see it just show up as, like, stars. But sometimes I'll say fuck and I'll just see fuck show up. But I kind of laugh at that a little bit. Yeah, I have no idea. but it wasn't censored on my screen. So yeah, that is odd. I'll admit. Kind of odd. Just to say the happy frequencies sweaters are great. I expect you to buy 12 and give them to every single member of your extended family for Christmas. And they'll be like, what the fuck? And you'll be like, money went to charity. Feel good about it. But I'm glad you like them. Tell Fogg they're great. He made them. I just pestered him into working in off hours to make them. Yeah, that's odd. I mean, I don't know. Like 100 years worth? Yeah, that's why I have a an artifact door right there. And also a drawbridge next to it. Which is... No, not pull. Don't pull the lever. Can't. Bridge. You weren't looking for an answer? Oh, well. So it was a rhetorical question is what you're saying. I mean, that's fair. It's fair to ask rhetorical questions, but if we don't realize they're rhetorical questions, it may confuse. Out of curiosity, Seth, how much lag do you think adding a cavern layer adds to a fort like this? I think it would be kind of fun to at least have access to one cavern layer. Don't crunk just yet. No, crunk later. Yeah. Not much. I turned on FPS while taking some screenshots off stream. Yeah, true. We can save. I guess I could save scum it too. Should I back up the world? Maybe not a bad idea. I'm gonna back up the world in the background. Because I am trying to hit cavern layers. I wasn't really planning on it, but then we got the door, and I'm like, well. I've been doing them every 10 years. Clutch. Copy. Done. Backup made. Diving back in. But yeah, no, I've been backing them up every 10 years and releasing them publicly every 100. And I've only had 2 crashes, which didn't repeat, so. Pathing can be a major thing. Yeah, but if you block pathing with a bridge and a locked door, that'll fix it. I mean, if someone gets stuck down here, yeah. But if the dwarves have no way of pathing down, then we should be fine. I'm kind of expecting / hoping to just like, okay, so I had one fort that was pretty long. It was like 30 years. And I, around year 20, just kind of started digging. And when I hit the third cavern layer, it was full of dead forgotten beasts. There was like, I don't know, 15 to 20 forgotten beast corpses in the basement. It's exciting times. Interesting. Nothing so far. Did hit some quartzite though, which is stone type we haven't seen yet. I don't know why I'm doing these kinds of stairs. They're a little bit more fun, I think. Hello, Dallin. We got an artifact door. Also, you want a weapon rack? That's not something I was expecting. Make 2 rock weapon racks. We got an artifact door, so I'm digging down. See if we can hit a cavern layer. Oh, we found more Galena. So much silver. Fortunately, I can just kind of ignore it because I have so much silver already. All right, we're down to layer 30. It's a pretty deep world, though. Like, it goes down to layer 161, I think. So we might be going for a little bit. Yeah, no, pathfinding and just... Oh, hey, native silver. Ooh. Ooh. Now that I'm going to automate. Chalk? No, it's schist. We've hit schist. Getting somewhere. Assuming this is all native silver? Yeah, silver nuggets. Look at that. We'll get charcoal going and we'll smelt that native silver. Gonna let this automate, but I'm not gonna dig down any further until we got all the native silver smelted. I know it's just gonna be silver, but it's kind of neat having native silver, not like lead silver, you know? I got tons of Galena, but not much in the way of native silver. That just kind of keeps going, man. It's a lot of silver. Not too much. Gotten down decently far already. Yeah, I know we're still basically running on high tier FPS. They have any problems? Takes my manager a little while to manage work orders because his legs don't work. So he's just like crawling over to go do the work orders. I got an email from my landlord. Everybody's sending me kind of important emails today. Crawling? Yeah. Not that it's not like he doesn't have crutches that he could use. He just doesn't use the crutches. And the email's not loading. Oh, I guess Gmail's being shit. Flash came from outside. Huh. That's how I died. Is he holding a crutch? Nope. Hold on, let me find him. I'll show you. He's been unable to walk for since about year 15, I think. Where are you born? No, it's okay. So he was born in the year 16. So probably the year 17 or 18, he's been unable to walk. He got beaten real bad by the Dwarf cops. You know, he gets by. Doesn't have any crutch or anything equipped. We do have plenty of crutches and plenty of splints. I even made one specifically out of his favorite materials. And he's literally never gone and got one. So I don't know what's up with that. I go to health. Ability to stand lost. Screw and Aqua are his family, and Pablo is his younger sister, the one who just made the artifact door. Yeah. He's too proud to use a crutch. I don't know. He gets around just fine. He's a little slow, but doesn't seem to mind, you know? Doesn't seem to bother him. He's a legendary fighter and observer, grandmaster wrestler, and a professional biter. Legendary striker and a dabbling miner. But legendary stonecrafter, great leather worker, accomplished burner, legendary organizer, professional bookbinder. Where's your dancing skill? He's a novice dancer. Does he has both legs? Left knee, lower spine are damaged. Lower body's damaged. It's a spine injury, so he's paralyzed. Yeah. Because his if I go into his description, his lower body bears the marks of old wounds, including a massive jagged scar. Oh, really? Nerve damage stops them from, or can they like not use crutches when they have nerve damage? Go up to
work for me. Have a good stream, blind.
Dude, thanks for the 100 bits. Here's for the $1. You have a good day at work. I will get your dwarf cutting gems again. Because medical stuff issues crutches to people with no legs. Oh. But if they still have legs, they won't get crutches issued to them? That's kind of fucked up. That is kind of fucked up, man. I don't know how I feel about that. There we go. Here comes all of that nice ore. That stuff up there will also get moved. Dual wielding crutches. I once had a wrestler with no legs. Both of his legs were removed in a fight. Actually he became a wrestler after he lost his legs, but initially was a swords dwarf. And wielded 2 crutches and a shield. And it was one of the funniest combat logs ever. It's like the wrestler smacks the goblin in the head with the crutch, and the injured part collapses into gore. The wrestler slams into a goblin. The goblin is crushed by the impact. It was all that kind of stuff. It was very funny to read. The wrestler stands up. Yeah, right. Like, maybe if I put him in a squad by himself and manually equipped a crutch? Like, is a crutch considered a weapon? How would I get him to hold a crutch? A bunch of wolverines and chinchillas that I need to slaughter, so... Take the rest of his leg off. Oi! I like that dwarf too much. I don't know, him crawling around just kind of adds character. But like, if you have a solution to this, I'm all ears. We have more strawberries than we know what to do with. I was gonna say, don't you mean boneless? But my feet are cold. I'm gonna get up and pull my insulin out of the fridge. I mean, I could do that, but, you know. Well, he hasn't really run into any problems. I've removed all hauling jobs from him. And he just kind of mostly is our manager at this point and does a good job of it. Separating dwarves from other dwarves. Besides, I wouldn't want to remove him from the tavern. He needs to socialize and dance. He always dances. But I do need to go get my insulin out of the fridge, so I'm going to go put on some warmer socks. I'll be back. Also, to be clear, you do not want to crack open a cold one of insulin. You want insulin to be room temperature, or ideally a little bit above room temperature. You want it to be closer to body temperature. Because if you inject something into your bloodstream that is colder than you, it fucking hurts. So... Trust me, it fucking hurts. When the big chungus arrives. Yeah, no, that's definitely a reason to use burrows, but I've never really been one to like separate certain dwarves off from the group unless they're like vampires specifically. I kind of don't like doing that. I feel like it's kind of cruel, you know? I think dwarves have a very delicate mental health, and I don't like to ruin that, you know? Let them just be part of the crew. You're a dwarf in my fortress. You're a goddamn dwarf in my fortress. Like, you know, you say retirement burrow, all needs taken care of, no long walks. I think of that as putting him into an old folks home to go insane because there's nobody to talk to anymore. Like, oh God, it's too real. I don't know. I don't really care to find out though. But they might get upset if they're just burrowed in a tavern and, you know, want to go pray to their god or whatever. Well, congratulations. Your mountain home is allowing your humble fortress to move up in dwarven society. What an exciting day it is for your dwarves, truly. It's like the one burrow I have in this map is basically just this. It's just this little area. That's it. It's the emergency in case of bad hide and bunker. Just make sure you're ready. Douglas. You don't even know what to expect. Do you want to know what that means? You love a good surprise? All right. It's not super crazy. Like, don't get your hopes up for something super wild, but it does mean some fun, interesting world-building events can happen. They want to elevate one of your dwarves? Pick a dwarf that you really like who's not super moody. I wonder if it's possible to get the... If you discover a kobold faction, I wonder if it's possible to get them to give you tribute. I need to try that on one of my worlds where the kobolds have, like, taken over a human town. You don't know who to pick? Think about it. springtime has arrived, which means it's the time of year that someone could die of old age. We got several dwarves that are old enough to just keel over, so let's see what happens. My neighbor's dog is going haywire. And it happened. The annual tribute from Bastija Smak has arrived on the 1st of spring in the year 108. It is the 1st of Granite, and Lump, the elite wrestler, passed away. One of the original dwarves who migrated to the fortress, who had many children, was the lover of Axon and the lover of many of our other dwarves. Bittersweet, I say. Bittersweet. Passed away doing what Lump loved. Was one of our nobles in the fort for a bit. Worked as our bookkeeper. Had many important jobs in the fortress. Jack, can I get a round of beers for our wrestling captain and one of the longest happy dwarves in the fortress? You were a good dwarf, Lump. You were a good dwarf. Oh, right. And I forgot about this. So this dwarf actually had a tomb assigned to them because when their partner died, Axon, I gave it to Lump. How sad. A tribute is being unloaded from the group of alchemy in spring 108. Ooh, blackberry wine. A leather headscarf. Spiked iron ball. And a sandpear wood training spear. Yeah, the age deaths are kind of sad, but it'd be better if it was Kia leather. Yeah. I can agree with that. But, you know, you can't win every battle, right? Can I make silver barrels? Can. Make 20 silver barrels. Almost done hauling all that stuff out, which is good. Means we can kind of keep going down. Yeah, when Lump pops in, we're going to have to give him the sad news. But, you know, that dwarf lived a long life. They were like 160 something. Liking all kinds of mica. Down to layer 37. Wonder if I've missed a cavern layer yet. I wonder. I am very much hoping to find an ancient battlefield, though. Also, from a few sales, be worth mentioning, those sweaters have raised almost $60 for charity water. So if you're interested in what I'm talking about, my stream team is selling t-shirts and sweaters for charity. Part of the cold, wintry, festive season. If you want to get a not ugly festive sweater or t-shirt, and support a good cause while you're at it, you can do that. Which makes me, as I was saying earlier, kind of happy that I that there isn't going to be any real big family get-togethers for the holidays this year for me, because my mom hasn't done this yet, but she said she's going to buy one for her and dad. Which I have a feeling they would just wear it to family events. As it sits, I'll only need to sit next to them while they're wearing them during Discord calls, probably. Which I can deal with, but, like, I get a year to mentally prepare for that. The elves have arrived and are coming to trade. All right, I need to trade with the elves. What can I sell them elves? Them elves. Hold on, actually, what can I sell? I need to make a breastplate. Sure. Iron breast. But what can I sell them? Let's sell a bunch of used clothing. How does that sound? What do you mean, what's going on with it? It's a Kakapo leather headscarf. Like, what am I doing with it? Probably just gonna sell it back. I'm not hoarding this stuff. I feel like they've brought us headscarves before, and it's not cool enough for me to really warrant keeping. I mean, it's a large one. I can't even use it. I could just sell it to the elves. Wait until COVID is older? Yeah, I would wait too, which is what we're doing. I'm going to be, probably for whatever day we do Christmassy stuff, I'm probably going to be bringing a camera, a microphone, and turning my parents' big old 55-inch flat screen TV into a family Discord call. Just mirror their laptop onto that TV and do that. Move the dinner table out into that room so we can have a big old flat screen TV with everybody on it instead of the without needing to shout. Like, you can't, because for Thanksgiving, because Canadian Thanksgiving already happened. Like, during Thanksgiving here, what we did was we just had like a laptop on my mom's laptop on the table. And we just kind of talked, which worked. But the problem was the microphone on that thing is kind of shit. So you kind of needed to shout in order for it to pick you up. So we were all like, like having a hard time speaking by the end of it. For Christmas this year, I'm going to bring my Blue Yeti and just set it to full room. Which means it'll pick up every little bit of background noise, but it'll be okay. They'll just hear the cat meowing. which, you know, works. Yeah, we're done with the silver ore, which means I can cancel that job. Let's trade. Christmas is still a maybe. I mean, Thanksgiving was just like I see my parents anyway. Like here, the way current rulings work is you're allowed to meet with, like, if you're single, you're allowed to meet with one other person. Bought us a badger. Don't see any unicorns. Bought us a wren. Just buy some walnuts and almonds. We'll cook all those walnuts, seeds, and plums. Sure, we'll take the apricots. Why not? I read that as grown hemp brains, and I was really confused for a second there, and then I realized it was not brains. I was like, grown hemp brains? What the fuck is grown hemp brains? But it's all wonderful. Thank you for your business. I hope you enjoy your used clothing, elves. They should consider it a charitable donation, frankly. But yeah, like, Thanksgiving for us was just my older sister, her husband, and my grandmother, who all live in the same house. My little sister and her boyfriend, and then me and my parents, who I see once a week anyway, just all in a Discord call. So we all did dinners separately, but at the same time, which was kind of funny because, like, my mom made very much a, like, you know, turkey and ham and all that kind of jazz for Thanksgiving foods. And my older sister did the same with my grandmother, because my grandmother loves Thanksgiving food. And then my little sister and her boyfriend were eating pizza. Like, you can kind of just see the generational divide there. We all had beer, though, so that was pretty great. I know, I think I think stuff like that's very important for my parents, because found the caverns. I think stuff like that's very important for my parents because they don't get kind of the online connections that I do, and I think a lot of people from my generation and the younger people's generation do. So I think very much it's a you know, how do I explain it? It's important for them to see other ends of the family that they haven't seen in a very long time, I think. But even if it's just over a Discord call, you have discovered an expansive cavern deep underground. Let's have a peek. Tetrahedrite. Interesting. I immediately see blood. Giant Olm. Tower caps. Cave moss. More of Olm blood. Piles of vomit. More giant Olm blood. Giant bat blood. More Olm blood. Helmet snake blood. Bunch of blood down in the water. Yellowberry, how are we? Giant cave spider eye core. Ooh. There's much carnage down here. Pond grabber. Gorlax skeletons. Troglodyte blood and mud. All right. I I accidentally made Burrow 2 a long while ago, but I'm going to reassign Burrow 2. Just be these lower layers down to there. I'm going to, oh, actually. And also there. All right, so I'm going to put everybody on Burrow 2. But I'm going to bring the main squad down here. We're going to go for a walk. And then we're going to lock the door. Cancel job. Notifications for a minute. You do see dead Gorlax. I see dead people. See dead people. Oh, we actually can't get down there. Never mind. Where is this exactly? Yeah, we're not going to be able to get down there from there, which I'm totally okay with. Waking up and struggling to get going? You got to go take out that day. Do what you got to do, man. Oh, Kias are fighting. You can do the thing now if you want to, chat. Except you need to spell Kia wrong. But we know that there's tetrahedrite up there, which is cool. There you go. We're just going to floor this off. Just want to know where the caverns are more than anything, but let's peer around. Lots and lots and lots of cave spider silk. I don't see any forgotten beasts. No wild animals. Certainly plenty of dead. Plenty of evidence of violence. Dead Gorlax. Dead pond grabbers. Giant cave spider ichor. Kind of cool, I'd say. Let's see how frame rate's doing. A little lower. Went to lurk for a little while. Definitely a little lower, but that might also be the Kias, so. Yeah, we dug down to caverns. So we got a artifact door. So we dug down to caverns. But we now know where there's tetrahedrite. Or where there's more tetrahedrite, rather. There's evidence of many battles, but we don't actually see a lot of the creatures from the battles. There's a lot of blood, not a lot of bodies. Time for billing everything? I mean, we already have tetrahedrite, but I've already sealed it off, so we don't actually have access to it, but we know where they are now. Although frame rate's kind of rough. Traded with the elves. How many Kias? Once the Kias are dead, we'll see if the frame rate goes back to where it was. It's a bunch of dead Kias. Also, chat, thanks for helping us stay above 300 subs, eh? There's a few of you that have been very consistently chucking gifts around to people, and it means a lot. Those numbers up. 1 Kia left. I thought that bodies took like 300 years to decompose. Hey, look, have you seen this yet? Also, how's the new office? But we dug deep. Well, not deep, but we dug down to caverns. There we go. It's improved. What plans do I have for the artifact door? It's protecting us from the caverns, so I could dig down to caverns. Lots of space. Space! We had a dwarf die of old age, which is sad. Lump has passed away. There we go. Last Kia dies and frame rate comes back. Perfect. Yeah, I've probably lost about 5 frames having access to the caverns, but it's not too bad. It's certainly workable. But the plan for the artifact door is the route into the basement. Oh, and picture point has been taken by a Fey Mood. What boy gonna make? Yeah, so we can do like weird architectural designs in the cavern layers. Build art museums in the basement and such. Grabs a craft store shop. Okay. All right, all right, all right. But yeah, did you see the sweaters and t-shirts we have up for sale now? Vlog. As part of the oh, I need to dump these. It's a charity thing that my stream team's doing that was announced last night / this morning. Well, now you did. There's a link in the chat. For those of you who don't know, I know I've been mentioning it a lot today. I'll shut up about it as the week goes on, but me and my stream team spent the last, well, mostly me. It was kind of my pet project, but we spent the last couple of weeks putting together designs for Christmas-themed sweaters and t-shirts. And roughly $11 to $15 goes directly to Charity Water, which is the profits off of them, depending on the design. It's a little bit higher on the t-shirts than it is on the sweaters. But the whole point is to raise some money for Charity Water and sell some festive sweaters and t-shirts for the season. No. Picture Book Point has become a mysterious construction. Yak leather, rough praise opals, yak leather, almond wood logs, yak bone, pigtail cloth, green glass, and nice. These are the designs that we have available there. So these two are printed primarily in, or only in the US, whereas these ones are printed globally, so international shipping is faster and cheaper on those ones, but which is why they're in globes, get it? But these ones are all over prints, so they cover the entire shirt. They're also more expensive, but yeah, that's a thing that we're doing for charity, for funsies. Also because we want to make merch for ourselves, and who doesn't want a Christmas sweater? I mean, come on. You see X and XX near some names of items. What does that mean? So if an item has an X next to it, it's slightly degraded. If it has a bold X, it's more degraded. If it has double X, it's even more degraded. If it has double bold X, it's even more degraded. The bigger and the thicker and the manier the X's, the more elite that you become if you're a World of Warcraft player. But in Dwarf Fortress, it means the more worn, haggard, and destroyed the item is. Picture Point, the Stonecrafter, has created Zustash Hill, a nice earring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor, Eurypterus. What's your relation to Eurypterus? I actually don't know. Hold on. Not a grandparent. Oh, there we go. Marital grandmother. That's kind of adorable. Your granny. Worth 24,000. This is a nice earring. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with yak leather and encircled with bands of square brilliant cut green glass cushion praise opal cabochons and yak leather. This object menaces with spikes of nice. On the spikes of nice pigtail and yak bone. On the item is an image of Packers, the dwarf, in almond wood. Packers is withering away. The artwork relates to the dehydration of the dwarf Packers' dike strikes in Longdeath in the year of 25. That's cheerful. I love it. Artistic interpretation of a dwarf from our fort dying. Beautiful, PP. Let's just put that into the vault. Never think about it again. I mean, treasure it for all time, right? So is this that creepy room that you've been renovating, B-Lug? The creepy murder room that you had in your house that just, like, you discovered you had one day? Belug discovered a murder room in his home that he lives in, and has been like redoing the walls and renovating it and making it nice. And now it's his murder office. I mean, office. There's no creepy anymore. Come on, the creepy was part of the charm. I don't know about you, but I would have left like a patch of unpainted wall. What's a murder room? Like, okay, so imagine you move into it. I want to say there's like a subreddit or an old forum for murder rooms, but murder rooms are basically where, we're following a cat, where, when you move into a house and there's like a weird set of walls that don't make any sense, and then you knock down one of the walls and there's a room in there, like a fully functioning room that someone just like sealed up for some reason, and there's like usually creepy writing on the walls. That's a murder room. It's like a hidden room in your house that is there for no reason, that previous owners covered up for undetermined reasons. So you just sit there and wonder about it for all of your life, but then eventually stop caring and just paint the walls and make a nice room out of it. And then you get murdered 10 years later by a poltergeist. I think that's how it goes anyway. Because they don't let you in their holy places. I gotcha. Well, then just, like, take that picture that you took of it originally and, like, frame it. The breach of the cavern's in a different spot that wasn't revealed in the initial breach in the same layer. Will you get a new notification? No. Definitely something larger than a rat. I don't know what part of the world you live in. Well, I mean, I kind of do, but I don't know what, like, your living area, what the area you live in is like. Could very well be a raccoon. Could very well be a raccoon. Raccoons are definitely larger than rats. The house I grew up in also had an attic that we never went into. And every now and again, you'd hear something walking around up there. Generally a white raccoon. You don't have raccoons? Do you have large rodents? Like, what large rodents live in Sweden? There's generally, like, a logical explanation. No animals climb up to the attic here? Oh, just, like, a rat that's, like, just really fat. I don't know. I mean, maybe believe in ghosts, but generally there is a, there's usually logical explanations for that kind of shit. Yo, hey. Humble's doing a big old royalty-free music bundle. That's actually kind of neat. Ghost rats, goddammit. Giant intergalactic ghost rodents from the future is probably what's in your attic. You have an ostrich in your attic? Wait, you don't? I thought attic ostriches are just like a normal part of like ceiling installments. Like that's the first thing that you install, right? You get your drywall, your roofing tiles, and then your attic ostrich, right? It only makes noise when it's creepy and dark. Probably a rat. My parents had roof rats in their roof last summer, or this past spring actually, and I did stay there for a little bit shortly after getting out of hospital, and they definitely sound bigger than rats. Like, they sound very large when they're in your wall. They've since exterminated them and they're no longer in their attic, but yeah, no, they definitely can sound much bigger than they are, and they're kind of spooky. Roof rats? It does sound like an old school English thing. Yeah, roof rats opening for the Ramones on their Fuck Vietnam tour. We have PTSD and we like it tour. But no, roof rats are actually a type of rat. I don't know how... Great, we're getting dive bombed by great horned owls. I don't know how common they are outside of like North America, but roof rats are like, imagine a normal rat, but like on steroids. So a normal rat's about yay big, right? A roof rat is about that big, and their tail is about a foot longer than a normal rat's tail. So their tail is like that long. And they, like, you'll see them here sometimes in the city just like going up telephone poles. Like, they'll just run up to the telephone pole and then up the telephone pole and then vault onto a tree. Like, they're fucking wild. We used to have them in not in the house, but like in the, like, my neighbors growing up had cattle, right? And I used to see them around their cattle structures, like doing wild shit. And they're extremely metal squirrels. Yeah, basically. Yeah, it's like someone took a rat and like crossbred them and made mutant squirrels. Has rat size of possums? They're not quite as big as possums. Possums are like thicker. They're rat shaped. They're not like possum shaped. Possum shaped is like, you know, kind of round with like the really long mouth and they're kind of cute. Whereas like rats are like kind of long and slender. Like it's more like a ferret-sized rat with a really long fucking tail. Also, hey Silvertongue, how are you? And King, I hope you're doing well today. Also, I need to go through this Humble bundle. Because Humble's all like, here, have a royalty-free music bundle. 26 albums and 400 tracks. Wave and MP3. What? You're not giving me FLAC files? What a ripoff. I wonder how much of this is like would work even remotely for DF streams. Is WAV good and bad? WAV's fine. I was more just being a shitlord and complaining that there's no flak. Oh boy. We had a windstorm the other day, and I went and picked up a package yesterday from the post office, and there's like a construction site like up the street from me that's been paused for a bit. Ever since the pandemic happened, they just kind of stopped construction. But it's surrounded by like, you know, like those temporary construction fences that they put up to like stop people from getting onto construction sites. Anyway, all of the fences were blown over and like up the street. So there's a bunch of crew workers like picking up all these things. Kind of wild. Humans are here. It's that time of year. A royal treasurer has arrived and is ready to trade. I love that they just bring their instruments in. That's neat. That is a huge number of traders. Bring all those pedestals out. And let's also sell... Yeah, we'll just do that. We'll just do the arrowheads. Oof. Big leg chunk. Oh, that's probably from all the stuff spawning. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, I greet you once again, dwarves. Let me extend greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. The world hasn't changed much. We're boring these days. What would you like us to bring you with next year's shipments? All of the wood. Well, then we have finalized the import agreement. Feel free to go over the document. Let's discuss what we are willing to offer you for your crafts, dwarf. Now we have finalized the export agreement. Feel free to go over the documents. And on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me bid you farewell. You and your stout. I mean, I wonder why, King. Bot's got to eat, man. Bot's hungry for tickets. Who is the elected mayor? Oh, we got a new mayor. Oh, it swapped back again. We had a new mayor, and then the mayor went back. We had Slipple for one term, I guess. Good catch. I would have noticed pretty soon when I went to check. That must have like just happened. Two-party system, yeah. Well, we had goats for a, well, we had okay, so we had Sklug. Then we had Hobo for like 10 years. Then we had goats for about 2 terms. He got reelected a couple of times. Then we had Slipple, and now we're back to goats, which is interesting. Functioning, like, democratic system in my dwarf fortress? Whatever happened to our, like, communist overlords? Cool. It's working! When's that dwarven economy coming back? I can pretend the dwarven economy works. I'll have you know it's all about making your own fun, sir. It's all about making your own fun. Speaking of making your own fun, you should make fun and buy a sweater for charity. Yeah. Or a t-shirt, you know, whatever works. Or both. I won't stop you. I don't know if I'd necessarily recommend that. B-Lug just brought the Cyberpunk RPG book bundle thing, which ran off the screen. Thanks, B-Lug. I don't believe I've ever actually seen that use a name before. Bulls, man. A lot of merchants. I'm going to work with the Arrowhead economy because these are, like, relatively valuable-ish. What? Did they bring a bunch of choirs? Not okay with that. You'll have to be a DM of it if you want to play it again. I mean, you have the books now. How do I defend my entrance? I don't have enough dwarves to need to, but if I needed to, I have a big ol' tunnel filled with spikes and a very, very, very skilled set of squads. Are archer towels or murder holes tunnels actually effective? Murder tunnels are too effective. Archer towers are not very effective, but can be effective if you're careful. As far as the actual fort itself goes, if you go onto my Discord, there's also a Stone Sense overview made by Zapdos if you want to see that. But it starts up here. That's bees. Goes down to here. That's my outer wall. That's my natural aqueduct. That's my murder tunnel. This is the giant hole. Because who doesn't like giant holes? That's the actual like ground layer where we trade and do all the crafting, and we have our tavern and our hospital and everything. Beds around the outside. Down here is storage, other storage, and more storage. And basement suites for the big bedrooms. Down here is the terracotta army because we have too much free time, and all of the coffins around the edges. Down here is our nice little maze because every dwarf needs a hobby. Up top is the ballista range for firing ballista arrows for fun, and an ore storage. Down here is, oh, right. I forgot about this. Down here is emergency bunker, and also an area that got covered with mud at one point, and now is growing very quickly, full of giant mushrooms, which is gonna be interesting. Maybe I'll dig this up a layer in a few places to actually have mushroom stalks growing down here. Kind of cool. I didn't even think about that. And then recently we dug all the way down to the caverns, which is filled with dead Gorlax mostly. But we don't really fight in this fort. We have some captured giant monsters. There's 2 Ettins in cages. We had a Cyclops attack us, and we've been attacked by a couple were creatures, but like we don't really fight. It's not the point of this fortress. We're a trade hub. The goal of the fort's to keep it alive for 1,000 years, and currently we are on year 103. So we're getting there. What was the wild level? I can't fucking remember. Apologies, but I can't fucking remember. I want to say it was like wilderness. It's not untamed wilds, but it's also like not super spooky. You'd have to go back in the VOD and look. Then you don't know how the game works mechanically. I only have 50 dwarves in the fort. You're not going to get sieged unless you have over 80. The game's kind of hard-coded to do that. You can get ambushed, but only elves will ambush. And I'm not directly at war with any elvish I'm not directly at war with any elvish factions because I trade for wood, but I'm not actually chopping down trees much. I did piss them off for a minute, but they have started trading with me again, which is cool. There is one elvish faction that's at war with me, but they're very far away. And I think they're more at war with my mountain home than me. It doesn't really matter. We did get sieged a couple times in the early years, but it was just by like groups of child snatchers and scouts. Oh, hey, welcome to the chat rooms. Thank you, Twitch, for welcoming me to the fucking chat room. So, you know. I disconnected from chat and reconnected, so hopefully I didn't miss anything. But yeah. Chat, can I just get a round of beers to make sure that that I can still see chat proper? Good night. Good night. Wait, are you headed to bed? Oh, I see. There you go. Yeah. We'll see you later. Sorry, I was babbling about Forest and distracted. You have a good night, Mind. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for hanging out today. We've been attacked by 3 different werebeasts. 2 of them didn't actually make it into the fortress because the fort's so big. 1 did, my military killed it, no issues. No, so this world was 5 years old when we started. The older your world is and the longer your history, the more likely you are to have were creatures. If you embark in a very young history world, they will not have had time to get cursed. So this is a very young world history-wise. So because hasn't been much time for people and creatures to go be dumb and get cursed, there are none. I mean, there are, but like to give you an idea, this world was so young when every single book in the world is in my fortress, except for a few that I've given away. To give you an idea, like 99% of the artifacts are in my fortress. If you actually want, when I hit year 100, I uploaded a save file for this fort. If you want it, Give her a download and go fuck around. Also, for people who like this sort of stuff, this is a video of this fortress in StoneSense. I don't have an install with StoneSense currently, but this is Zapdos who recorded this for us. I actually don't like StoneSense that much. I think it's kind of weird for a lot of items, but it does the environments nice. I like it for screenshots. That's it. I legit made a huge hole. Yeah, to let my dwarves see the sun. And the rain. And they don't mind the rain. It's actually kind of funny. This fortress has kind of become like the de facto reference for certain people on the subreddit now, where like someone will be like, oh, it's impossible to keep a fortress alive because dwarves just have panic attacks. It's like, well, Blind just got a fort to 100 years. So I don't know what you're on about. Good for visualizing the world. I guess I just have too much practice doing that. I have a harder time wrapping my head around the 3D space than the 2D space. I think if it was like isometric, but like looked at from a directed perspective, like the same angle kind of as like just a slight tilted angle instead of like on the corner. If it was angled like this, I'd have an easier time looking at it. But it throws me off because Dwarf Fortress is like straight down, right? Does that make sense? I don't know if you guys even know what I mean. Yeah, insert matrix. Obligatory matrix meme is obligatory. All I see is beard, 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 bald beard, 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 bald beard, 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 beard. Why does this make you so proud? What? By the way, I mean, King is like maybe the person to thank for the Dwarf Fortress streams. King is the one who harassed me into playing Dwarf Fortress for weeks, months, years. So, Blind, when are you going to stream Dwarf Fortress? No. Although I got King into Caves of Cuds, so, you know, win-win, I guess. And Ara has been taken by a Fey mood. I'm good at my job, King. I'm good at my job. Although realistically, the like amount of time that it took for me to go from being like completely and utterly incompetent on everything Dwarf Fortress outside of Legends mode to being decent at it only took me like a week. Really only took me about a week. Just like bashing my head against it. I think Seth is a shithead, is my thoughts on Seth's video on CUD. Aside from that, it's excellent marketing for a very good video game. And I'm tired of people fucking asking me. But why? Because he's a shithead. You listen to that man talk? Christ. And because like, you know what's really, really neat as a content creator is, hey, what do you think of the massive guy that everybody knows about? I don't care. And neither do my neighbors. Oh, yeah. I mean, there's lots of rich shitheads. Doesn't change the fact that they're shitheads. Also, he's not rich. I know how much you get in ad revenue. It's not that much. Like, he's making decent money, for sure. He ain't rich. Now, if he was taking sponsorships for those videos, then he'd be rich. But he's a Patreon-funded guy who's doing pretty decent. You get the same questions? Yeah, I get fucking annoyed by those questions. One of the biggest misconceptions about this industry is that people that have large followings are automatically rich. And unless you consider getting a couple $1,000s a month on Patreon rich, which is in some regions, in some living expenses, yes, that can be rich. If you live in any metropolitan area in North America or the Western world, that's a living wage. So, I mean, he's getting paid to make well-scripted videos about games that deserve the promotion, so I respect him for that. I think his sense of humor is fucking atrocious. Mm-hmm. Duh. That's still not rich. But maybe we have different definitions of rich. I'm mostly talking about Zwitch's comment. He ain't rich. He's making good money and he's doing good work, but he ain't rich. Ara, the Stonecrafter, has created Dodesk Kumal, a nice rubar, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cryo Smith Shrine. It's worth 51,600. The rubar is a small handheld conical bare-bone metal wind instrument. The musician blows across the end hole, and the musician selects a pitch by stopping holes. The instrument has a 3-octave range from a middle to a very high pitch, and the instrument has a mellow, reedy, heavy timbre. Yeah, no, I don't like discussing Seth because I have, I guess, unpopular opinions on the guy's humor. Like, I think his writing is fantastic, and he promotes games that deserve it. So I respect him for that, but I'm honest about my opinions of his sense of humor, and I've lost many people. Like, to put it simply, there are people that defend him so heavily. It's a little bit upsetting to me. So it's kind of a... If I dislike this massive YouTuber that you're just wanking off over because you think he's such a glorious god of memes and shitty humor, that you can't like my streams because I dislike the guy, I think that's a little weird. And it's often the people who are like, what do you think of Seth's video on Cud? That then go, well, fuck you for not liking Seth's. So it's always kind of a... I'm so tired of talking about the guy. Yeah, that's pretty much it. I love Mandalore. Can't stand Seth. I never make it through his videos. Like, I usually watch them to see what he's showing off, but I never make it through them because he always just ends up on the edgelord humor, and it's just like, oh. Actually put some fucking effort into your jokes. Christ. Anyway, I'm done. That's my 2 cents. Although we don't have pennies in Canada, so that's my nickel. The instrument has a 3-octave range going from a middle to a very high pitch, and the instrument has a mellow, reedy, heavy timbre. This is a nice rubar. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with wolverine leather and encircled with bands of cave spider silk. This object menaces with spikes of ginkgo wood, blue jade, and on the item is an image of an avocado tree in night. On the item is an image of a tapir man in purple spinel. On the item is an image of dwarves in green glass. The dwarves are traveling. The artwork relates to the foundation of Longdeath by the eternal adventure of time of the ignited creation in the early spring of year 5. On the item is an image of a cushioned gem in praise opal. I don't even know who that is, King. Do tell. I really like Racevik and what he does. Racevik recently put out a really interesting video on no more video game conventions, and I like it. And another video about demos. I think I'm going to put that thing right here. That instrument. Because it fits the tavern, I think. Because it's very much an instrument about with the history of our fortress on it, which is awesome. Welcome back, Logic. I am indeed still here. We had fun. We found the caverns. A dwarf died of old age. And we just got an artifact musical instrument, which I'm putting on a pedestal in my tavern. And aside from that, dwarves are being dwarves. We're brewing a bunch more booze. Dangerous stuff coming? Probably not, but we do actually have this underground forest down here, so I'm currently like chiseling out areas above this stuff so that these mushroom trees down here can grow. Whoopsies. Because I want these mushroom trees up in here to grow a little bit. So areas where the maze isn't covering yet, I'm chiseling out so that we can get upper levels and have mushrooms growing so we can chop down our own mushroom trees. These videos are very well edited. Chuck it in self-promote. I'm always looking for that kind of content. Like, to give you an idea, my two favorite YouTubers are probably in the current year actually my three favorites are a pretty hefty tie between Super Bunny Hop, Ahoy, or Xbox Ahoy, depending on what era you're from, and Krug Smash. Those are my favorite YouTubers. So like that's the kind of stuff I like watching. And then in a pretty solid fourth place is Mandalore. Really like Lord Mandalore. I do, however, enjoy the conspiracy theories and memes that Seth is just Mandalore off his meds. I do enjoy that stuff, but like I find those jokes kind of funny. That shit's just that shit is kind of funny. I also enjoy watching Donkey. I think Donkey's like the slapstick comedy I need before bed sometimes. I think King said let's game it out, is what King said. I'd watch that Halloween special. No, King wasn't talking about Seth. King was talking about let's game it out. Follow the conversation. God. Donkey is some of the best slapstick comedy on YouTube, in my opinion. Donkey's the only YouTuber who can actually, like, make me crack up laughing. Which is good, because I need that sometimes, because my life is just, like, the epitome of darkness and sadness most days, and, like, I don't really get to laugh, so... It's literally my nightmare subject, and it comes up, like, multiple times in a week. because people are always like so shocked and appalled by the fact that I find his humor offensive. In his defense, he's gotten better about it in recent times, but I do genuinely hate his humor. Like, you gotta remember, like, this is a Twitch channel where I have Pepe's banned, right? Like, I got the default ones allowed, but that's it. Like, Keck W isn't allowed in this chat. Like, it'll make your... if you think about it, it makes a lot of sense why it is humor. Cheers, King. No, I fucking hate Pepe. I actively avoid Twitch channels that have Pepe's active, to be honest. It's a net turnoff for me. I just don't like the Twitch chat culture that it attracts. The kind of using the streamer as a punching bag Twitch culture, I think, is really shitty. And like I'd had them banned for a while, but the thing that kind of solidified my opinion in that regard is when Wreckful took his own life. And I remember watching Wreckful's stream, I want to say about 2 months before he took his own life. And I remember seeing this one guy in his chat. I can't remember what this fucking kid said, but it was something to the extent of like, imagine being so bad at Hearthstone you quit the game entirely and end your career because of it, or something like that. And then Keck W. And he just like looked at that and like didn't say anything for about 10 seconds and just said, think about what you just said. And that's the culture that those emotes attract. And as somebody with depression, and as somebody with pretty severe fucking anxiety, and as somebody who has a hard time dealing with his own self-image at times, I can't fucking take that. And I'm not willing to take that, and I frankly don't get paid enough to take that. And so for me, it's easier to just, you know, I'll keep Feels Good Man and Feels Bad Man because those are like basically Twitch OGs at this point, and it would fuck with people if I deleted them. But like, there's a lot of parts of modern Twitch culture that I hate so fucking vividly. I wish it would just curl up and die in a piss hole, because it's disgusting, frankly. And it's a culture that's perpetrated by spam-heavy large channels, and I just want nothing to do with that. You know, I kind of exist in my own weird micro section of Twitch, and I like it that way, and I want it to stay that way. You know the line, sticks and stones will hurt my bones, but words will never hurt me? In person, that's true to an extent. In an age where the internet is all of my social interactions, it's not true at all. They lack empathy? I don't think they realize they need empathy. Hey, Wave Depletion. Wave Depletion, I was going to ask you, do you have anywhere, like, that you can download your music? Like, do you have any, like a Bandcamp or, like, digital recordings anywhere? That shit's way too fucking cool. They're not used that way? And he usually has, like, 10 viewers? I had them for a bit, and they were certainly used that way. Did like one can only hear one stuff called worthless so many times before they start to question it and it sucks? Yeah. Like, to put it simply, I, for a while there at the beginning of last year, and at points in this year, I've considered banning every single emoji and most of the global Twitch emotes. The only thing that's really kept me from doing it is I don't like answering the question as to why they're banned. And I've already had enough people like get weirdly offended about me removing a couple FFZ emotes. Like if I were to get rid of all emoji, the only emoji I would keep would be the beers emoji, the beer emoji for obvious reasons, and probably the thinking emoji because it's actually kind of useful. But like maybe the praying hands emoji. But like outside of that, like and smiles obviously. There's no reason to have them in Twitch. We have more than enough emotes to convey that. And if you're capable of speaking like a coherent adult, you don't need that shit. You don't. They'd be banned for sure. Probably. Yeah, probably. I mean, there's certainly channels that use those emotes in a positive way. I just don't even want to have to deal with it. Yeah, that's kind of where I'm at. Do you have a link? Link depletion? Just like plop it in chat. That or just like stick it in self-promote on Discord because I want it. I like that kind of heavy synth stuff you got. It's too cool. So now that we have this little dugout area, it's going to grow a little bit. Here's man. Morning, Arch. We're on the dreaded mental health of streamers and using streamers as punching bags discussion. Variety is the spice of life. Yeah. Yep. That's what they say. Also, to be clear, I'm not like condemning the way you run your channel or anything. If you operate that way, it's just, it's not something I can take. Like I've been doing this for a very long time, and I remember what Twitch was like before FFZ brought in all of those emotes, like Keck W and all that shit. I remember what Twitch was like before any of that stuff even started. And I know what it's done to Twitch, and I know what we had before then, which was kind of like, you know, you raise your dongers, copy pastas, and all that shit. There's a lot of copy pasta back then. And those copy pastes got banned in a lot of channels, kind of for the same reason that I removed Keck W, and for the same reason I don't have Omega Lol, and for the same reason that I, you know, like I kind of look at those the same way. You don't actually see any of the emotes anyway? You just know a few of them, what they look like? Yeah. You're in 2020 soon. Don't know how to feel about it. I haven't seen a single trailer. I've seen a few like screen grabs. I don't watch trailers. I'll watch it maybe when it comes out on streaming platforms, but I'm not really in a hurry to see it. I like Dune as much as anybody. Yeah, they're making another Dune adaptation. I can't remember who's directing it, but at the very least, the cinematography in that movie should be fantastic. And also, Funcom, the people who made Conan Unconquered and that open world survival Conan game, also have the rights to make, I think it's something like 9 Dune games from 2022 to 2020 to 2030. I think. Conan Exiles, yeah, that. So you're going to get a buttload of Dune games. And none of them are going to be a good RTS. Don't worry. Wonder if it'll be good. Yeah, I mean, I probably won't go out. I'm not going to go out of my way to see it. I mean, as much as I like the world of Dune, even Dune, the books stopped being good pretty quickly, so... Don't worry, you might not be getting a new Dune RTS, but you know what you are getting? You are getting a Starship Troopers RTS. The game you didn't know you wanted, but probably still don't. I kind of want this. Even though it looks like a game that came out in 2005, I kind of want this. I mean, it's published by Slytherin, who do, like, all of the War Games stuff and, like, Warhammer Gladius. So they're like the strategy publisher that publishes all of the games that Paradox doesn't have the balls to publish. So, the humans from Basti Pime and Nulon Abo have come. And are here to trade. Well, not to trade. To give me their shit. Quite literally. I don't know. It got delayed by about 6 months or so around the time the pandemic happened, related to the pandemic. But it's supposed to come out in 2020. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think it's like February 2021 is Starship Troopers. That's what they said in the email. But the Steam page still says 2020, so that's not right. But they're fucking putting Blood Rain out on Steam? Weird. No problemo. Tribute for the year 108 from the Council of Men. They brought lots of stuff. A slate jug. Ooh. Chestnut Isti. Another one of those. They're like basically a large guitar with bells. Mosquito Ichor. Mmm. Thanks, guys. Chicken blood. That's... It doesn't look like it's a remaster or anything, so... Might be a remaster. And the tribute report from the group of Soaring. I like how you can't tell them to stop bringing you tribute once you've told them to bring you tribute. Once you've told them to bring you tribute, they're like, well, this is your life now. We're going to bring you stuff every year, whether you want it or not. Hey, don't knock those 5 strawberries, okay? The one year they brought us 5 strawberries and 10 strawberry seeds. We planted those strawberries, and now we have like 80,000 strawberry wine, okay? Like, don't knock them strawberries. Let's get the fabric industry up and running. You played that when you were younger? I never played it, but I do very much have a vivid recollection of watching somebody else play it. Okay, so... I need to bitch for a second. I put up a video yesterday talking about Tarn's little update post on Bay 12 website, because a lot of people don't read the Bay 12 website. Just talking about like building mechanics that he discussed. There's no screenshots or anything. It's just me reading text. And at the end of the video, I literally state, please stop asking me when the game is out, because I have no idea. 29 minutes ago, I just got a comment saying, any word on when this will be playable and available on Steam Early Access? Also, it's not coming to Early Access. So there's that. Like, did you even watch the fucking video? Jesus Christ. It's only like 4 minutes long, and I say that at like the 3-minute mark. I'll put it at the top of the video, and it's going to be the first comment I get. I swear. I don't know when the goddamn game's coming out. I don't. I don't work for them. I'm just going to copy-paste the time is subjective thing and just send it to them in an imager file and just be like, here, fucking go. Ah! People. And this is why YouTubers need therapists. Flash, watch the video. Oh, this is on the video, dude. But it is also amazingly accurate. This is why YouTubers shouldn't read comments. You'd be amazed. The majority of the comments I get are actually like a paragraph opinion piece that's very interesting to read. The majority of my like more often than not, the comments I get on my video, like go look at the comments on any of my DF news videos. Like the majority of them are fine. And like, that's like saying a streamer shouldn't read Twitch chat because once a day somebody says something dumb. Like, saying that YouTubers shouldn't read comments is quite literally like saying you shouldn't read your Twitch chat because someone might come in and say, you're a skinny looking twink once a day. And yeah, I get that occasionally. But at the same time, I can be like, yo, fucking fist yourself and move on with my day. And it's fine. Are pretty low, bro. Maybe if your name is Markiplier. Generally, the comments I get, that's not the case. The vast majority of the comments I get are fine. I usually get like 2 or 3 porn bots, and then it's, besides that, usually a lot of insightful, interesting conversations. Sometimes people asking questions about Dwarf Fortress, or being interested in Dwarf Fortress, or various other things related to wanting to know more about the game, and that's totally fine by me. So, I think there's a lot of people who drum up the shitty comments. And yeah, shitty comments certainly happen, but I do genuinely think it's around the same level of... I need to make anvils. Anvil... Whoop. Type. The right letters. Streamer. There's definitely people who will complain about shitty comments, and yeah, I definitely get shitty comments, or like zero thought process comments, but the majority of them are fine. Like, it's always the small minority that irritates, right? Like, I could have an amazing stream, a beautiful stream, and get a bunch of subs, some tips, make enough money to feel okay about the day, have an active chat the whole day, and have a lot of people watching, and one person comes in and tells me that they want me to kill myself, and I think about that for the next 4 days. But does that mean that Twitch chat is bad, or does that mean that that one person needs mental help? I think it means that one person probably needs help. And I pity them. And that's kind of the same thing for YouTube comments. Generally, they're, at the very least, in earnest. Maybe they have a spelling error in them, but I don't count that as low bro. Occasionally, there will be comments that will just be like, bleh, word vomit, but like, most of the time, they're fine. And generally, when they're word vomit, it's like, did you have a seizure halfway through it? Like, are you okay? Don't know. I will keep reading comments, and YouTubers should read comments, frankly. But sometimes it's nice to be able to say, that person said a dumb thing I covered at the end of the video. You didn't watch the damn video, you stupid. And that's fine. I mean, also, if you don't read your comments, then the shitty ones are going to raise to the top. But the comment algorithm prioritizes comments that people see based on the ones that the creator of the video heart and respond to. So if you want the good comments to rise to the top too, if you're responding to them, the ones that you respond to will rise to the top. So if you respond to shitty comments, then the shitty comments will rise to the top. If you respond to good comments, the good ones will raise to the top. I am your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There is much to share. We have updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the wood. there's a birdie looking at me. Hello, little wren. Hi. You have a seed in your mouth. There's 2 of them now. They're cute. People are shitty and they're even worse when they have no consequences? Oh yeah, totally. No. Then what would you say, Logic? Like, not all people are shitty, but lots of people are certainly shitty. Yeah, I'm not going to show you guys, 'cause I don't want to show you outside of my apartment, but on my balcony, there's like a raised divider between the 2 balconies, me and my neighbor's balcony, and on top of the divider, there's 3 wrens now, just kind of flapping around. Oh, they flew away. Yes, but as much as I respect the hell out of Total Biscuit, I vehemently disagree with a lot of things he says and has said. Total Biscuit is a massive inspiration to me and an incredibly important figure in gaming. He was also a bit of a dick and had very little sense of how small community streams and YouTubers work. He is very outspoken. He's a lot like me in personality, or he's honest about his opinions. But he was also very large and pissed a lot of people off. And he also said a lot of really dumb shit. So when you have a very large audience, you say a lot of dumb shit, and you piss a lot of people off, you're going to get shitty comments. And I think he did a lot of things that, like, I look at things that TV did and genuinely go, like, why did you keep doubling down on this thing? Why didn't you just say enough's enough? And I still vehemently disagree. Total Biscuit also said that if you feel the need to read Twitch chat during a stream, you're a shitty streamer. So think about that. Yeah, he was a great figure in gaming and somebody that I looked up to heavily and still do and aspire to be like in many ways. But he wasn't perfect. A really good video to watch is, I'm forgetting his username, but the guy who did all of his art put up roughly a year after TB passed away, basically talking about what it was like to work for TB as a boss. Seems like a really difficult guy to work with. And this is a guy who roommated with them for like a year and a half, right? And it's like an hour-long video of him just talking about what it was like living with Total Biscuit and what it was like working with him and what it was like managing his Twitter account and like trying to be like some semblance of PR for the guy. And I wouldn't take everything that he said as absolute fact and truth, because he certainly made a lot of decisions and did a lot of things and has... Zook, that was his name, Zook, yeah. He certainly made a lot of decisions and said a lot of things that make me squint a little bit. I still heavily admire what he did. But just remember that the guy who said that I read YouTube comments for years and then I got cancer also said that if you feel the need to read Twitch chat, you're a shitty streamer. So he said that on Co-optional Podcast one time, and it hurt me a little bit. So, do you think I'm a shitty streamer? Because I feel the need to read Twitch chat? I think it improves the quality of my broadcast. I think there's different types of streams, different types of YouTubers. If I didn't read Twitch chat, we wouldn't have this discussion in the first place. Wouldn't be able to play Dwarf Fortress and talk to you. All right. Well, there's room for me to comment on YouTube comments.
Nah, you're a good streamer.
I'm certainly a streamer, and that's $10, which you didn't need to throw at me, but thank you very much for the $10. Cheers. I've rewatched that whole series like 5 times. Right. I watched it at the beginning of lockdown this year. With depletion. The whole thing from end to end. Goats the third, I look forward to our meeting next year. Good to have you back as mayor. Our fortunes rise and fall together. Also, to answer your question from a while back, because I was in the middle of a ramble session, Lord Loki, Worms went great. And we're going to be working on a bunch of... what's the word I'm looking for here? We're going to be working on a bunch of highlights if you missed it. So hopefully those will go up over time. I don't watch shit. I create shit on my own. I don't need to import it elsewhere. That said, you're not even close to shit. I mean, I was close to shit this morning when I shit. But that's a different kind of shit. You said shit too many times in that sentence, so I had to go there. Statements void of context and character. That said, it can be a crutch for some people. So many idiosyncrasies are taken at half of what they mean. Yeah. I mean, something that I've always tried to avoid, and this is kind of goes back to the discussion we had earlier about emotes, right? Is I never want to get to a place where I dislike the people who watch me. And I see this happen to a lot of big YouTubers and a lot of bigger channels, where they slowly over time begin to resent their audience. And I don't think I could live with that. I should get rid of these weapon racks in case we get that other mayor back. I don't think I could live with that. Dude, okay, hold on for a second. Don't apologize for not watching my stream. You need to do work. Do fucking work. Do what you gotta do. Ideally, my stream will still be here in 5 years. If you need to take 5 years off of Twitch to go get a degree and get a better job and make your life better, fucking do that. I'll still be here, hopefully. Unless, like, my eyes stop working or my head falls off. One of the two. Because that's how people die, right? They just, like, stop moving. The head goes, bloop. But, like, ideally, I'll still be here. So, like, don't worry about it too much. Do what you gotta do. Do life. Take care of yourself. Be your best self. Delacour. And it's good to see you. Thanks for $10. Life happens. Yes. It does indeed. Yep. No, definitely. Like, that's completely understandable, dude. Completely understandable. What do I think about what you said about shitty people? Hold on, let me scroll up. Good. I'd say that when they truly understand the consequences of their actions, they actually pay attention to what they do. I often see that when you take the time to explain it to them, they actually think about it sometimes and change their mind. I think the problem is you, like, I was a fucking shitlord when I was 16. And I think that there's a lot of people on the internet that are in a similar headspace and point in their life as I was when I was 16. And because of this, I completely fucking understand. So when I see people going around and just trashing on people and making people's day bad, I just remove it because they'll grow up one day and they'll figure it out then. What game is this? It's in the title, or it's in the description of the stream, but it's Dwarf Fortress. It's also at the top of the screen. Dwarf Fortress. Eh. I gotta fix my thing. See what I've done? I screwed everything up. There we go. I fixed it. Magical. Dwarf, can you go trade? I realize you're leading a very important bookbinding demonstration, but I also need you to go broke. I wonder if there's even enough words for me to read a sentence. No, there isn't, so I will refund that. Well, actually, here. We'll do this. Never mind. Because you probably haven't heard this, but please go to my Discord and add words to the add a word room so that I actually have words to read when people do this. Why can't Q type words without making quality sandwiches? Bob's Bob haircut was nice. What the tiny dick is oddly stupid, but never dumb canals are the when not grammar fuck lava land. Shower sandals are inefficient for LARPing about, and then we're done. The wonderful game. So Dwarf Fortress TLDR is a world simulation game with some of the deepest world generation ever created, if not the deepest world generation ever created. But more importantly, it's a game that inspired the world generation of a game called Infiniminer, which inspired the existence of a game called Minecraft, which made a very shitty person very rich, who then sold it to Microsoft. And then Epic Games thought, hey, we should try and copy that. So they tried to make a Minecraft clone, and they called it Fortnite. And they worked on that for like 8 years, and then they put out a kind of crappy tower defense game called Fortnite, and then realized that, hey, if we make this into a battle royale, the kids will like it. And they made it into a battle royale, and now Fortnite is the biggest game in the world, so you can blame Dwarf Fortress for the existence of Fortnite. All I'm saying is that Harn Adams should get, like, I don't know, a six-pack of Coke and a sandwich from Tim Sweeney for making him a bajillionaire. Of Minecraft and DayZ mods? Yeah, but Minecraft wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Dwarf Fortress. And they never would have made Fortnite if it wasn't for Minecraft. Tim Sweeney said that in many an occasion because it was straight up a Minecraft clone initially. But it was in development hell for a very long time. So it had many iterations over the years and eventually became more of a survivally crafty thing like you're talking about. But initially, it was a... straight-up Minecraft clone. Why is the creator of Minecraft shitty? Because he is a homophobic, transphobic, conspiracy theorist rich guy who has nothing to do but sit on Twitter and be a shit piece of crap. That's why he's shitty. Oi, don't ever say that Dwarf Fortress equals RimWorld Fantasy in my chat. I will hurt you. Please don't insult Dwarf Fortress like that. Gosh. Money gets to your head, wave depletion. Thanks for the 30 cents, Loki. If I seem a little spicy today, it's because I'm rocking 4 hours of sleep right now. It's a can of worms. No, I killed many worms the other night. Cans of worms are dead. But, four is the magic number. What do you mean? I don't get it. What's magic about 4? An easy way of describing it to people? I call it flat Minecraft. But, like, you don't have to continue the... Oh, is this game like RimWorld discussion, which is another one of those discussions I have all the damn time. Sal, thank you very much for the raid. I feel like you're on early. Aren't you normally on like later in the day? But then again, I have a hard time keeping track of anybody else's schedule except for my own because I stream too much. Hi, Sal. If you guys want the best tutorials in Dwarf Fortress and not my low effort garbage, you should follow Sal because she does that. Minecraft is round? What, are you saying that the Minecraft Earth is flat? definitely square. But hey, Sal, what's up? How was your stream today? What were you playing today? Do I ever sleep? Do you ever talk about me like I'm in the room with you, Orange? But yes, I generally sleep 8 hours a night. But I was up all night on the 17th because I was getting paid to play Worms games all night on Team 17's channel. And they're based in the UK. So I was streaming on their channel with a bunch of my teammates from 1 a.m. until 5 a.m. And it kind of screwed up my sleep schedule a little bit. So I'm trying to fix it. From two trees of game types, Minecraft and PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds, except it predated PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds by a lot. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was in development for 2.5 years, whereas Fortnite was in development for about 9. Sure, that's what it ended up as, but a lot of the stuff that you're referring to is not necessarily accurate. Sure, and I remember when all this stuff happened. If I cared, I could have made a video on it, but I don't. It's like you, Fortnite was a very malleable game that became many different games over the years, and I remember hearing people talking about Project Fortnite at E3 2011, which was described as a clone of Minecraft and a AAA Minecraft back then. So looks like the Kias are attacking again, or buzzards are. Then why are the moon phases curved? Because I don't know. I haven't played Minecraft in a very long time. On the DF Minecraft server? Good shit. Hope that you had fun. I'm a little bit sleepy because I did the whole stay up all night thing for streaming, but working on fixing my sleep schedule, which is why I'm on a few hours less sleep. I'll go to bed early tonight and fix it. I don't know. I never had any interest in Fortnite in any iteration of it. I always found the art style kind of repulsive. And I'm very much driven to certain visual styles of games. But anyway, anybody coming over from Sal's stream, this is Fortress Longdeath. The whole goal of this fort is to keep it alive for 1,000 years. We are currently at year what? 108, which means we are at year 103 for this fortress. It's a giant hole in the ground with a creek flowing over top of it, which goes all the way, which has a little maze built in it, which is getting comically large. Today we broke down into the cavern layer for the first time. So if we go all the way down through here, it goes down to caverns, which has many blood smears from years of titans fighting in the basement. So yeah, that's the whole point of this fortress. It's like that it keeps kids out of the other games. I mean, between League of Legends and Roblox and Fortnite, yeah, the kids are all busy. Every now and again, they stumble over. It's really funny when, like, somebody will come in from a raid, and I'll be playing any game, it doesn't matter, and then they'll be like, streamer, do you ever play Fortnite? And I'm like, you're too young to be here, aren't you? That's not just Minotaur, it's like Minotaur and, Minotaurs, Cyclopses, Ettins. Although so far that we've only had the latter. We haven't actually had a Minotaur yet. Dwarf's running around vomiting because I've been mining so long. Kind of upsetting. buzzards need to dive bomb us some more so we can kill them so I get my frames back. A flooding maze with that? I could indeed, yeah, but I won't. Because water physics fuck the frames. And I'd rather keep my frames functional. Did I channel all of the things? Are you asking about did I channel out the large pit? Yes. I don't use DF hack. So, no. I do this. I click on File, go to Desktop, go to Dwarf Fortress, go to most recent version of Dwarf Fortress, click on Data, or Data, whatever you prefer. I go to DInit. I scroll down in DInit, down to Population Cap, and I set the population cap to 48 and the strict population cap to 51. Because you don't need DF hack to adjust settings. You just need to know where the setting is in this folder. Yeah, I know. I've never used DF hack. No, this game is not open source, and there's no plans to make it open source currently. It's made by one developer and his brother, or one programmer and his brother who does the designing. And they currently have 2 artists working on art for a Steam version, which will be for sale on Steam and itch.io. But it's been in development since roughly 2003 and publicly playable since 2006, and it is free. Yeah. They're supported with donations and Patreon. Maybe one day in the far-flung future when they are unable to work on it, they'll open source it, but that won't be for a long time. Very, very long time, hopefully. It's one of the most important games ever made. It's in 2 art museums and won a lot of awards, and an amazing game and an amazing story. And they drew me a crayon drawing, which is framed on my wall. Kit Fox is only 2 people? No, they hired 2 artists. Kit Fox is not working on the game. Kit Fox is publishing the game and doing management. Kit Fox is like... Bay 12 Games currently is Zach and Tarn and Mike and Meth. Or Mike and Mayday. No. Mike, Mayday, and Meth. That's it. I get the 2 of them. Too many M names. When will it launch on Steam? When you stop asking that question. I think he's just asking that because I was complaining about that comment earlier. This is the first time you've asked? I mean, I can answer the question real easily. Time is subjective. When it's fucking done. When it's ready and playable. How's that? Any reason why I don't use DF hack? Because you didn't watch my 10-minute video on why I don't use DF hack. It exposes way too much information. For me, a lot of the fun of Dwarf Fortress is kind of the mystery of the background simulation just kind of happening and slowly figuring out background simulation. What the fuck are these buzzards up to? Slowly figuring out the background information without actually having those numbers displayed. The numbers displayed very much ruin the immersion for me and take out the fun and excitement of watching the systems just interact. I like just watching things and trying to figure stuff out. This poor dwarf is just freaking out about these buzzards. Hang in there, man. I'm gonna turn on all my squad. You definitely have asked this before. But yeah, DF hack makes the game too easy and removes a lot of the intrigue and excitement and background management. Like, I'm weird, and I've always been this way with games. Like, people consider, like, what I'm doing right now, which is dumping a bunch of corpses into my garbage pile, tedium. I consider that gameplay. So why would you remove menial tasks that entertain me when I treat those as gameplay, you know? DF hack automates a lot of things that I don't like. DF hack removes, and therapist especially, removes the need for me to actually, like, check dwarves and their moods, which removes a lot of the sitting down and, like, taking my time to read through things. I'm very much a... Like, I will play Stalker and just crouch in a shrub and watch the sunset. I'm that kind of gamer. I'm just crushing them. I mean, I'll coffin my dwarf corpses, but the buzzards, yeah, no, they just get crushed once they've been mangled by my military. So it's kind of a... The reason I always play games without assists and the reason I always try and stick to a more vanilla experience is because I like to figure things out on my own and just make stuff work. And I also enjoy kind of proving to people that you don't need 18,546 plugins to make this game playable. Perfectly playable in vanilla. It just takes a little bit of dedication. And a numpad. Don't forget the numpad. That's important. Don't have a numpad. Do what you want. So it's kind of a... It is what you make it, and I dislike the extra information that DF hack gives you. Like, one of the funniest moments I ever had in Dwarf Fortress was my frame rate was starting to get bad, and I couldn't figure out why. Then I realized that a job that I'd set to repeat at the very beginning of the fortress, which was make table out of stone and repeat, was just making tables, and a little bit of water that I flushed into the dining hall from an aquifer caused all those tables to be displaced, and literally frame rate fucked my fortress with about 18,000 tables. That never would have happened if I wasn't playing vanilla. But it's still so funny to me that I just had, like, this one dwarf just, like, making tables on repeat for like a decade. Enjoy your lurk, Zach Bob. Audio, what up? How's things, man? DF is a game that still makes you feel like a new player every time you play because you learn new things every single day. Yeah, no, totally. And, like, contrary to popular belief, like, Sal, you've been doing great work with all of the therapy stuff you've done. I've figured out a lot of the stuff that you've been discovering recently without realizing it, like, before you figured it out, and I thought they were all common knowledge. Like, the thing that you were testing with, oh, if you have a depressed dwarf, put them in the military and just let them wander around because they will prioritize only taking care of themselves instead of actually doing jobs. It's like, yeah, I've literally been doing that for years because it's something that I figured out really quickly. And it's little systems like that that you notice when you're paying a fuckload of attention. And very few people pay attention to the systems and mechanics of the actual dwarves. They just complain about why their dwarves are depressed and sad instead of, like, okay, what does this dwarf want? This dwarf wants to practice a craft. Okay. This dwarf wants to pray. And this dwarf wants to practice a martial art. Okay, well, I can give you another craft because, like, you do have some crafts, but it's not ones that we're actively doing, so we'll give you weaving as well. And let's also give you clothes making because I'm going to be doing a round of clothes soon, and that'll cheer you up. Oh, he was a very... Oh, yeah, also, in that instance, I had... announcements shut off, so I wasn't seeing the masterworks. Work was slow. Boo. You don't want to know how things work? Yeah, I can see that. Does the wiki get updates with these? What, the stuff that Sal's come up with? Probably. I know I've caused updates to happen to the wiki, specifically about kobolds. Yeah, I enjoy that process. And for some people, that sucks, and that's fair. If you don't want to take the time to stare at every dwarf and learn about their life stories, that's totally okay. I enjoy that. I enjoy that process. In my first interview with Tarn, he explained how they designed the Cobalt language, which had been a mystery up until I asked that question. And now the wiki page on Cobalt language has been updated because of that. How many lines of code are they at? I want to say at PAX Tarn said like 1.6 million or something. This poor dwarf. Still can't walk, but you know, feels pleasure under a fine table. I mean, near a fine table. Yeah, that's the specific sound. But no, it's literally based on how they used to yell at their cats. Like when I'm trying to design something and then chat's just like, hey, you know, there's a way to do this perpetual machine, or this specific layout links image will give you this perfectly optimized thing. It's like, I don't want that. No, I want to build my suboptimal weird waterfall thing because it's fun. Oh, game saving. Winter is upon us. And why can't I see? Because it's a weeb emote that Hobo likes. The lead statue suspended, Nani? It's just an anime girl going, wow. Also, another thing. You should buy a sweater or a t-shirt. 100% of the proceeds go to charity. It's a thing that I've been working on for a little bit. Me and my stream team are selling sweaters and t-shirts themed in a holiday theme based on my team's branding. I think they look quite nice, and it goes to a good cause. Worth it for Sour Please alone. Yeah, they are nifty. I don't know. I have problems. They're certainly nifty. FFZ, I use it because it gives me the accessibility features to customize Twitch chat that I need so that I can actually read it without using, like, an IRC client. Which one day I might just move to if Twitch keeps changing Twitch chat. But yeah. As of now, we've made roughly $60 for charity off of a handful of sales. So cheers, guys. Yeah, it's got a lot of good additions. That's for sure. I mean, I just watch Twitch through the website because it's fine. I don't like using third-party tools to watch streams. I'd rather just watch streams because, I don't know, I'm weird like that. Whatever works for you, Aqua. I got tons of big projects that I'm already working on. But right now, and this is kind of a constant portion of this fort, is just kind of letting the dwarves go about menial activities, such as putting stuff away and bloody relaxing. Like, I could certainly have them doing a bunch of tasks right now, but they don't need to be. So the dwarves are mostly discussing, reading, studying, doing demonstrations, like weaving demonstrations, praying. Farmers are kind of doing farming stuff. But a lot of it is just letting them go about their lives being dwarves. Just realized another one has grown up. You like osprey bone, rose gold, short swords, shields, and animal traps. We'll put you into the eternal hammer and give you all the hauling jobs, those tasks. We'll give you weaving and clothes making. That's fuck it, why not? You can also have bookbinding. And I'll give you weaponsmithing, even though we don't do that task too much. Howdy, Soaps. How thing? I'm mad that you have to use software called Chatterino. You know, I think I know what I'm going to respond to that comment on when any word on when it will be out is I'm literally going to like respond with just the timestamp in that video where I'm like, stop asking this question because no, I don't know. I'm just going to respond to the timestamp of that to that guy and just like, here. Fuck. Ooh, you have an iron shield. Iron spear. 30. Mary, do you want anything? Don't export anvils. Got it, boss. I don't know, doofus. Maybe I should do that. And I should get someone to script a bot to automatically comment on my videos whenever someone says, "Hey, do you know when Dwarf Fortress is out?" Or when is Dwarf Fortress and out used in the same sentence? And then the bot's like, "Beep boop, I'm a bot." Dunno, doofus. I mean, let's be honest. Emotes are kind of garbage. If you're an adult who can type coherently, you don't need emotes. Emotes are a fine addition, but and I use them quite a bit too, but they certainly aren't needed. I challenge you to do a whole month of no emotes. A whole month where you do not speak using emotes. You will learn that speaking coherently like an adult be a challenge sometimes. Just remember, thanks to emoji, we're slowly getting to the point where we are might as well just be using hieroglyphics again. I don't pay for Discord Nitro, but I have it as And in order to keep this, you know what I did? Because I had to keep the interaction on my Discord server up. I made a room where people count to 1 million. So we're trying to count to 1 million. Our current PB is 776, I think. Thank you guys for keeping the interaction of my Discord server up enough so that I can keep Discord partner and keep my vanity animated icon. Hobo, please don't tell me you just fucked it up again. Phew. God. Oh, I think I also, King, I just saw a link to that that YouTube video that you posted. I think I've seen that YouTube channel in my recommended before. The Eternal Hammer is now going to go train. You really want to count in binary? I'd have to like Google what the next number is in binary. But the point isn't making it faster though. Just add one. It's not, binary is not quite that simple. It's that simple for the first bit, and then it gets complex. Can't words today. I think I need to eat. From these hieroglyphics, it seems to solve a skeleton used a gazer beam to make a smug man fabulous. I believe it's related to the RuPaul character mentioned elsewhere. Yeah. Yes. Accurate, Paul. Make a smug man fabulous. All right. But no, I guess like maybe what you can take away from all the discussions we've had today is my channel's fucking weird, and I know. I very much go against the grain of a lot of things Twitch, you know, like I kind of quitter. I quit Twitter. Wow, that's quite the Freudian slip. I kind of quit Twitter for a while. I'm kind of back on Twitter, but I'm still kind of not. I am the anti-influencing influencer. Like I think the term influencer is a fucking problem. I have a lot of unpopular opinions. I'm very blunt and outspoken. No, that's, well, every website on the internet is for anime butts if you try hard enough. I'm a twit quitter, okay, man? The games I play are generally, like, free. So, like, at the end of the day, I don't fucking care if you buy the game or not, really. Like, I'm trying out a Nexus store for premium roguelikes, but I don't know if I'll keep it. We'll see. Depends on how many of the developers are actually interested in letting me help them sell their games. I don't like a lot of portions of this industry. I would prefer you give me $2 a month on Patreon than subscribe on Twitch. Like, it's just, I don't know. A lot of the things I do, like I was talking to somebody last night right before I went to bed, who was one of the naysayers originally about what I do, and was back in 2019 was saying that the route that I was going with my Twitch channel, I was gonna have no career left in 6 months. He's like, your channel's gonna be dead in 6 months if you keep streaming those games. And like, I'm still here. I'm doing better than I was back then. So there's that. So whatever I'm doing, it's working for me. Dude, I'm totally fine with talking about butts. Let's talk about more butts. Butts are great. that what hacking is for? Oh, gosh. Dwarf came about 6 months ago. It had 5 scribes and a book of trading. And there was until 3 necros attacked one after another. And then everything changed when the necromancers attacked. Etsus Craven has been released from society. Feet are pretty tossed, TBH. Jeez, normally King's the thirsty one in chat. Someone's giving King a run for his money. Although King only gets thirsty when there's foxes running around. A sheep has given birth to a wham! Huzzah. Last time I viewed Twitch chat with emotes on, it was just full of some butt emote. Yeah, that happens sometimes. I'm actually not a fan of hyper-suggestive emotes. So Metz's grave in the Dwarven Child is carrying a very heavy log to the craft store shop. What is happening to my chat today? I almost just kind of want to like sit back and just like let you guys hash it out, whatever it is you're up to. Chat, are you okay? Do you need a soda? Like, you had your coffee? Because you're here? No, that's totally not true. This happens sometimes. It's not necessarily because you. King will willingly do this by himself if I let him. We knifing? We always knifing. Did new people show? Hey chat, are you new? I don't know. Maybe. And trust me, the frame rate isn't low right now. This child is just very slow. We're running at about 50 frames-ish. Fine new. Did you watch me for the first time today? I don't know, Clino, but I have had an abnormally large number of people asking me today when the Steam version's coming out. That's about it. This is true logic, yeah. When you stop asking that question, Fidelicar, that's when. It's like the statement, a watched pot never boils. You keep begging for Dwarf Fortress to come out on Steam, it never will. Oh, definitely, I have the inside info. Like, I DM people at KitFox the day before they post the newsletter normally and be like, oi, is there a newsletter going up tomorrow? And then they go, no, or yes. And if they say yes, then I wake up early. If they say no, then I sleep in because I'm a lazy piece of shit with depression who doesn't like to get up early. Back leather. That's my insider info. I have an email address. Skeletons. Zzz. I'm gonna slaughter one of my unicorns. The silly elves haven't brought me another unicorn, and I have 2 lady unicorns. So, or are they both males actually? Yeah, I have 2 lady unicorns. So they aren't making babies. So I'm gonna make this child use unicorn bone in this artifact. Regular wave of questions for the release date. I also want a unicorn farm. I've wanted a unicorn farm for the last, like, 90 years in this fortress. God damn it. The elves will, like, not bring unicorns for, like, 10 years, and then they'll bring a female unicorn. And then I'll be like, yes! There was one time I had a female unicorn. They brought a male unicorn, and I finished trading for it, put it in the paddock with the other one. I was like, yes, and I was super excited, and then the other one just died of old age the next, like, within minutes. The season rolled over and it died. I was so mad. So mad. Yeah, pretty much, Glenno. Glenno, pretty much. So, you know what? We're going to immortalize this goddamn unicorn in a child's artifact. Probably got so excited the heart attack killed him. I mean, right now I've got 2 male Ettins in the basement in cages, Franks, and I'm waiting for the day we get a female Ettin so I can, like, lock them all in a room together and let the abuse begin. Rhinestone, let me guess. Santa Claus. Your weed delivery. A rubber ducky with a W on it. I know exactly what arrived. Pictures? When are we recording an episode? PS5? Like you'd waste money on garbage like that. Yes, turntable arrived. Exactly. I mean, I've had 2 male Ettins in cages for the last 30 years, so if I lock them in a room with a female Ettin, I feel bad for that poor lady. All right, so the Mitzus Graven, the dwarven child, is grabbed rough purple spinels, stray unicorn bone, pig leather, kangaroo leather, steel bars, round praise opal cabochons, rough praise cabochons, 1, 2... logs, almond and pecan. Nutty. Any bets on what this child makes? It's a craft store shop, I think. You must have had a very productive day at work, like babbling in Twitch chat all day. Cheers, sir. We'll see you later, you fucking memer. Go close some of your tabs. Don't tell the CEO. I mean, I'm sending an email right now and forwarding to upper management that you're procrastinating on the job. Dude, I used to drink at work. You're fine. Not proud of it, but I did. I was at a low point. Your tabs are sacred. It's like the anime butts. Or are they tabs of anime butts, and that's why they're sacred? Metzis Onamlek, the dwarven child, has created Atham Zemnuth, an almond wood figurine of Nomal group channeled, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Cryo Smithstrom. For reference, Cryo is his father. Anthem Zemonth. I like the name of that one. That's a good one. Worth 94,800. This is an almond wood figurine. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. On the item is a masterfully designed image of Nomal Group channeled The Dwarf and Dwarves in Almond Wood by Metsus. Nomal Group channels is surrounded by the dwarves. It relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal Group channel to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in mid-spring of the year 101. It is encrusted with table-cut praise opals and decorated with kangaroo leather and unicorn bone and encircled with bands of oval-cut praise opals. This object is adorned with hanging rings of steel and menaces with spikes of pecan wood, pig leather, and purple spinel. On the item is an image of 2 giant brown recluse spiders in almond wood. Careful, if you say that too loudly, you're going to start getting Manscaped ads. Dang. Oh, that's awesome, right? Speaking of awesome. So this showed up the other day, Ryan? But like, and I played it earlier today. It's 245s. Like, it's 2 full-size LPs, but they run at 45 RPM. Comes with this. This is literally an art book with art from local artists to them. Hey. Full-size prints of every single piece of art used on every single one of the foldouts for the record and all of the different labeling on it. Real neat. All right, where am I going to put that? Let's drop down here. Also, that's... this band. I recommend them. You got the source code review coming up for a client, and it's 15,000 lines to review, and I was wondering if there are any good reference sites. Ugh. Yeah, I have no idea. Good luck indeed. Kangaroo doe has given birth to a baby kangaroo, which means there's probably a kangaroo that needs to be slaughtered. Yep. Are we going back into lockdown? Way ahead of you. We've been in lockdown since the 4th. We're not allowed to meet with anybody that we don't live with. If you're single, you're allowed to have one person or family that you meet with. And grocery stores are closing an hour early. They've reinstated senior shopping hours. Masks are mandatory everywhere indoors. Yeah. It's good. People have been fucking moronic. There's a lot of things Microsoft never should have made. Like, but yeah, no, we're going to be in lockdown. I want to say until the 24th, but they might extend it. And we won't know until Thursday, till tomorrow, if they're going to extend it. But last I checked, we're still getting 1,000 new cases a day, so fuck if I know. Considering, like, in the first 6 months, we had, like, 2,000 cases total. Bit of an increase. Oh, shit. The cave croc. Down in the cavern there. Look at that. You wish they'd do that here? Yeah. It kind of sucks, though, because, like... Like, I've talked about this before, but I had this realization earlier that I haven't touched another human being this year. Like, I haven't hugged a person this year. Like, outside of, like, getting stabbed by people in the hospital, human interaction isn't a thing that's happened this year. Yeah, no, I'm scared for a lot of people I know in the States. You guys frighten me. Stay safe out there, yo. It's amazing the things that you crave when you don't have them. Oryx. Group of Alchemy. Annual tribute for the year 109. Stone, are you here? I haven't seen you say anything in a while. If you don't respond, I'll screenshot it for you. One dog leather backpack. Oh, a bronze shield. A ginkgo wood training axe. Opossum parchment sheet. Almondines. I mean, there's certainly a thing called too much human interactions, and I'll what face at that. But as somebody who lives alone, works at home, works alone, and I would totally have agreed with you, Oryx, back when I worked with other people. So like when I worked in fast food, I would have agreed with you. When I worked in the factory, I would have agreed with you. When I worked in the gas station, I would have agreed with you. When I worked in kayak coaching, I would have agreed with you. But I work alone. I live alone. I have no reason to leave my house, and immunocompromised and at high risk of being hospitalized if I get COVID-19. So yeah, I miss it. You're trying to come out of a long period of isolation, which was basically recluse from 2016 to earlier this year. Oh, jeez. Taking a major toll on your mental health. I believe it. You're super introverted about isolation. I'm not introverted nor extroverted. Like, I don't like, I always felt like I never needed human interaction, but I like being around people. Like, I don't need to talk to people, but I'm the kind of person who will just go to a restaurant by myself and sit at the bar and just, like, have my earbuds in and be around people. I like that. Like, I'm the guy that'll just, like, I'll take a tablet or a laptop and sit in a coffee shop and work on stuff for hours. I'm that kind of person, and that's kind of the social interactions I really like. And also, when I really need human interaction, I used to always go to metal shows because the greater Vancouver area has a fucking fantastic heavy metal scene, independent heavy metal scene. And turns out that the best kind of social interaction is just go to a metal show and punch a bunch of fucking people. It's fucking great. Knock people over. Sometimes I just need to hurt people, but kind of a joke there. But the dwarves of the eternal adventure of time have attained a general familiarity with Horay Marmot training methods. You have bad social anxiety? I mean, this is a very deep, complicated subject, right? But I've never directly had social anxiety. I've had communication problems. Like, I'm kind of bad at talking to people unless I trust you or know you really well. One-on-one, I'm not bad, but groups of people, I'm bad. Long story short, I was homeschooled growing up and kind of grew up pretty isolated. So I never really had the elementary or high school experience that a lot of kids do. So I, as a young adult, very much kind of had to have like a crash course on how to communicate with people my age because I had no fucking idea what I was doing. And I'm still bad at it. I've gotten better, but I'm still bad at it. So I never really had problems with social anxiety, but, you know, streak of what? Also, the bot just put a link into the chat. It's a Teespring link. Me and my stream team are, over the holiday season, are selling a selection of t-shirts and sweaters. And 100% of the profits go to charity. So everything gets donated directly to Charity Water. We don't touch any of the money whatsoever. People got a bunch of nice designs. If you're interested, there's a link in the... Oh, steak and food porn. Ugh. I haven't had meat in 5 days. There's no meat in my house right now. Although I'm going to go do some grocery shopping today because I have to... Got to go to the pharmacy anyway. My grocery store is right next to the pharmacy, so... What are you scheming, Fog? Are you telling me to look at a DM or something? The elves have arrived to trade once again. These have brought me... I should just sell them unicorn meat. See if they bring me unicorns. Maybe they'll get the point. So you don't need to build a website? I mean, it's more topical than using a fucking Tumblr. Technically I had 2 unicorns, but they were both females. I need a male one. Yeah, and people might steal your art on purpose instead of by accident. Do they do anything special? You can make crafts out of their horns. That's about it. They're kind of neat to have because they're kind of a rarer creature. They only spawn in one specific type of biome. They brought a cougar. 40-year-old scantily clad lady. Okay, well, they didn't bring me a unicorn, but I am gonna buy that cougar and just have Big Kitty in the fort. Because who doesn't want a Big Kitty in the fort, you know? They're the only other you, but they don't have umlets. Wait, no. I guess not all humans have umlets. Will Ettins play with Little Kitty? No, Little Kitty is going to be made available as pet. Let somebody have Pet Kitty. Who doesn't want Big Pet Kitty? I might let the Ettins fight with a bunch of piggies next stream, though. To give the Ettins some exercise, you know? No more hog house. We'll just breed. You know, I'm not going to say that thing that I was going to say. Let's see if anybody claims cougar as pet. Oh, hey, Bee Simulator came out. No, that's not true. Cougars are made available as pets. They're not like cats. Cats are unique like that. Only cats have the uninterested trait. Cougars need to be made available as pets. See? Otherwise, they would say uninterested. Raid Big Enemy City? Yeah, but then remember, Big Enemy City will then come raid you. But, depends on how good the squad of dwarves are. They might win, they might all die. I wouldn't raid them, or I wouldn't attack them. I would only do the default raid initially and just try and steal items. Train up your ambush skill a little bit and your tactics skills a little bit. Also, probably raid some small places first. Surfing is your coping mechanism, which sucks ass. Unfortunately, loneliness is the worst, and you swear that you can't, that it can get so bad that it's physically painful. Oh, I understand that. I completely understand that. It's really interesting to me because, you know, you see a lot of kids being envious of the job that I have, and I see people talking about how they want to do what I do and how it's the dream. And in many ways, it kind of is. But the thing that people need to realize is, like, my day is basically I wake up, I stream all day, my stream ends, and then I sit here and I edit for about an hour. I make dinner. I hang around my apartment for a bit, and I go to bed, and I wake up and I do it again. I forget what day of the week it is all the time. I will have weeks on end where I don't speak with other people. And as Dan's Gaming said once, this is the greatest job in the world, but it's kind of lonely. It really, really is. You know, there are... No, it's fine. I like talking about this sort of stuff, Rex, because, like, no job is perfect and no life situation is perfect, and no matter how cool or good things can seem from the outside, it's like when you see those streamers or any public figure who's just all smiles all the time and nothing is ever wrong and they're always happy, it's like, no, every person has problems. It's the people that don't talk about it that actually suffer from them. Talking about the problem or depression or any kind of mental problem is like the first step to fixing it. And we all have to deal with that to a degree. It's just a matter of whether or not you're brave enough to talk about it. So I don't think being depressive is a bad thing. You're more than welcome to come in here and vent. And, like, you know, I'll have people who will pop in and they'll talk about their troubles and then they'll apologize for hurting the mood. It's like, oi, no, like, that's not something you should ever feel the need to apologize for. Like, if you need to talk about something, you need to fucking talk about something, and more power to you. Please talk about that. Ah, can I? What's the special occasion, pilot? Jesus, man. Well, let me tell you this, right? Logic? From your point of view, you are typing, and I am responding. I seem like a person. As much as I like to say that I know you guys pretty well, some of the people in the chat, sure. I've met them. I've hung out with them. I've sat in a restaurant with them. I still know nothing about any of you. And in order to actually have a functioning discussion and know somebody and consider them to be a friend, you have to know, there has to be an equal exchange of information about each other to have a level of trust with that person to be able to consider them a friend. And at a point, there's very little difference to me personally, mentally, and socially between talking to Twitch chat and reading what you guys are saying and standing in my bathroom and talking at my wall. There's almost no mental difference. This isn't social activity. This isn't a replacement for social interaction for me. As somebody who spent a number of years watching streams before I started streaming, it certainly can be a replacement on the viewer's end. Certainly. How's Cappy doing? But on the point of view of the streamer, very much not so. Like, yes, there are certain people in the stream who watch this channel who I know better than others. Like, I know Stoned Hobo pretty well. I know Audio Coaster pretty well. I've met King the Space Disco Cop, or Fox, but frankly, I know nothing about him. I know a little bit about King. But most of you, I know nothing about you. Right? And yeah, talking to you guys is great. Venting is great. Talking to the wall is great. But if I were to say that I am a perfectly satisfied, happy person all of the time, I'd be fucking lying. And what's the point in fucking lying? All that does is paints a picture of false happiness, which is an incredibly shitty thing to do and dishonest on my part. And yes, I'm streaming Dwarf Fortress. And yes, I can go for hours just talking about Dwarf Fortress and helping people learn to play Dwarf Fortress, and that's great. But at the end of the day, my streams, and this has always been my streaming style, and if you don't like it, you can go watch somebody else, frankly. I don't care. I've always been a person who just wants to talk. Whether it's about myself, about video games, about other video games, about stuff that's going on in the world, music, beer, coffee, whatever. I don't care. I just like to talk. So I will go off on tangents. And whatever I happen to be thinking about that day is what the theme of my stream is going to be that day. My streams are more, if you're watching me, you're here to listen to me talk and chat with other people while I talk. I'm a virtual person, probably not even existing outside of the internet space. It's a pretty good space to be, though, Cooler. You get to be a space ninja in Warframe. Okay, I don't do the last one, Fidelicar. I mean, let's see. I've had borderline alcoholism problems. I smoke quite a bit of cannabis. Recently, what I've been doing to cope with mental problems is because what I would normally do is I would stream and then I would go for a walk. I would stream and go out for the evening. I would stream and I would meet up with a friend or something. But because I can't do that now, I stream and then I just have like the 5 hours in the evening to do nothing. And that is really bad for my head. So what I've been doing recently is I've been streaming from 9 to about 5-ish or until about 4, maybe 7, somewhere around that window. And then I will eat dinner and then I will nap for 4 hours. Wake up at 1 o'clock in the morning and stream for another 4 hours. Nap. Wake up at 9 o'clock in the morning and stream for 9 hours. And that's been working, oddly. It's been weirdly helpful and has been keeping me sane. Certainly better than, just getting high every night. Obviously, like, cannabis has its place and can certainly help, but it's not the only thing. Don't we all work for money, though? It's like we work for money because we have to work for money. Although I've said this for a number of years, I would much rather do what I do right now and make enough money to survive and not worry too much about being rich. Much rather do it this way than have to bust my balls and in a job I don't like to not have that. Like the feeling's fair enough. I mean, I technically don't smoke weed either. I use a vaporizer, but it shuts my brain off, which is good. Definitely need to tone down alcohol and weed. Everything in moderation, right? Like If you need something as a coping mechanism and that coping mechanism makes your quality of life better, use it. But don't use it to the point where it starts to hinder your life. I really like beer. I love the taste of beer. But I've had to cut back because it was becoming a problem to my quality of life. I still love beer, and beer's never going to be taken away from me. Fuck that shit. I'm going to have beer around me my whole life. But I don't always have beer in the fridge anymore. I did for a while, but I don't do that anymore. Weed is fine in moderation when anxiety gets real bad. It can fix pain. I have pretty serious pain problems with neuropathy. And when the neuropathy kicks off, it's debilitating to the point where I can't get out of bed sometimes. So like I need that to fix me. And a small amount of cannabis can fix me. And what's better? Should I take 4 Tylenol tablets and painkillers, or should I have a microdose of weed in the morning? I think a microdose of weed in the morning is a little better for my sanity. It makes you super anxious these days, but you still come back to it. You love it for music and watching shows. Say try different weed. There's certain types of weed. To be clear, weed is legal where I live. I live in Canada. We have recreational legalization. You can do whatever you want. I can just walk to a store and buy it. Be clear. Don't do anything that isn't illegal, but like that is illegal. Don't do anything that is illegal. That's the word. But like for me, it's like there's certain strains of weed and certain types of strengths of weed that is incredibly shit for me as a person and gives me severe anxiety. But I've found certain strains and potencies that are fine. I mean, you know, you do what you have to do, Fidelicor, right? At the end of the day, like, if it's what helps you get through the day, do it. Chestnut logs, horay marmot pup bone, raw green glass, nice blocks, raw green glass, and giant cave spider silk. You think you discovered a time warp? Watched a horror movie and cried when this guy's bros poured one out for him at the start of the movie? Reminds me of when King gave me a hit of whatever the fuck he gave me a hit of when I went to California. It was just like warped out of humanity for an hour. One of the 2 things that's ever helped my insomnia is not legal here, so the chance of when on vacation. Okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah. Hobo, you and me need to try, once this pandemic is over, we need to try and hang out with King again at some point. Maybe like before TwitchCon, just in like 4 years or something, just like stop off in LA and hang out with King for an evening. King, we need to hang out again. I miss your face. Which is kind of weird. I mean, it's not smoke technically, but it's vapor. Vinsati, the weaver, has created Durad Orshet, a giant cave spider silk braeus. What the is that? And he claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor Eutheris. Work ticked. Eutheris is a pretty old ancestor, yeah? That's gotta be like a grandfather. That was from the clother's shop. Wait, how do you know Eutheris first? Grandfather, maybe? Marital grandfather, yeah. I don't. It was a brace. Brace? Durad or shit. Giant cave spider brace. What the fuck is that? Football player, apparently. I will make my own edibles. Like if I really need to shut down for an afternoon, I will make my own edibles. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with giant cave spider silk and point green cut gems and bands of chestnut and is made from cave spider silk cloth. This object balances with spikes are nice. Like wait, are we talking like a like spurs to like stab out? Wait, what? It gives you pictures of rivers and lakes and gives me pictures of a football player. Clothing. Try that. Oh, they're like baggy pants for... Kind of look like... I'm not going to show this off because half of these are pictures of men in diapers. But they're like really baggy pants for horse riding. Not chaps. It's the pants that go under chaps. It's like medieval pants. Hold on. Let's see if I can just get this in. These. They wear them in Monty Python a lot. Yeah, Stone. They wear them in Age of Empires. I didn't even know those were in Dwarf Fortress. Also, it's called the Beard of Cremation. The Burning Beard. So was I. Don't worry, Logic. So was I. Huh. Wow, then. Fancy pants, indeed. I like how this has just become like a group therapy session for like substances and like depression. Earlier we were talking about like fucking memes and now we're just like on to like the most serious topics. Is because they cannot be made by dwarves? Yeah, but like that dwarf just did. I'm assuming humans make them? Hi, I'm Zap. I really, really, really like butts. And I may have a problem. I have a collection in my home of 747 butts. Most of them were given willingly. I'm just like, hold on a second. I don't smoke weed, but once in a while it's very nice. So then it's an infrequent social activity? Is that what you're saying? I mean, you do you. As they say, Crow. You do you. But maybe it's an either or with loincloths? Let's find out. DF Wiki. Wiki hasn't been updated in a while on these. Like where loincloth... Whoop. Like where... It's an uncommon for humans and elves. Like where? Wait, did somebody just die? No. I need my glasses. You know, it was kind of funny. One of my regulars the other day asked me, they're like, Blind, why do you talk about politics? When there's a lot of streams that just like hide that shit. And my answer is very close to why I talk about stuff that we've been talking about for the last, 2 hours or so. And I used to very much care about my image, I guess. I used to be very vain about things that I wouldn't talk about, subjects that I would just like withhold in a way from my stream and while I was streaming. And I just kind of over the years, because I've been doing this for 7 years now, right? Over the years, I have just kind of come to realize that I just don't fucking care. Like, I'm me, and when you're watching my stream, you get one thing, and that's me. You also get video games, but primarily you get me. And I don't see the point of withholding the things that make me. So if you're here and you like my streams, and you like them for me, that's pretty fucking rad. I'm gonna shear some llamas and sheep. I mean, being fake can be very profitable. But I also, yeah, I would agree with that. So at the end of the day, just like... I don't smoke nearly as much. Hobo is very much kind of like a Saturday night, get baked and play waifu games all night guy, right? And also, Crow, kind of reading what you said about not needing weed. I don't need weed either. But it fucking improves my mental health and state of life so much. It's something I really like. And at some point, it's something that I value heavily because it very much improves my quality of life. And I don't need it that much. Like, I might sound like I'm just getting baked every single evening. Last time I had weed was about 4 days ago. Or that was roughly a week prior. It's like, it's not even something I use all that often. It's just when I need it, it's there. You know? But... Chat, I've been streaming for 7 hours, and I have almost 7 hours, and I have a prescription I need to go pick up. And I also need to go grocery shopping and some other things I need to do this evening. You're off? Well, it's my turn to do that too. Chat. Things got weirdly serious towards the end, but to everybody who spent time in this stream, thank you very much. Seriously. Because at the end of the day, I'm able to do this because you guys watch me. I'm able to upload things to YouTube and stream video games on the internet like a wildly weird internet panhandler. But I can make everybody else's, who watches my streams, day a little bit better. In exchange, you guys keep me here and keep me sane. If you guys want to support me and my team, sort of, in a way, and help us raise some money for Charity Water, we are selling holiday sweaters and t-shirts loosely based on our branding, designed by Fog and Chat. We 100% of the profits go to Charity Water, so roughly $10 to $15, depending on the design, goes directly to Charity Water. The t-shirts are closer to 15. They're like $14.90 something, and the sweaters are about 11. So have a peek, and if you want to see more DF stuff like news, updates, all of my VODs as well, that YouTube channel that the bot just put into the chat will take you to all of that. If you want to support my channel directly, I have a Patreon. $2 a month gets you into the credits of my news and edited content, and $7 a month gets you access to the sound commands that you hear occasionally. $25 gets you a custom one. You got to say, is it worth the wait, Ryan? Yeah, and that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. I will have a good night. I will do my best to have a good night. Who are we sending you guys over to?